Some parts will see the coldest temperatures of the whole winter so far this weekend, with daytime highs of minus 27 Celsius.
What?
Don't panic, that's not our weather, but it is some people's weather. Some parts of Canada and the USA are going to see some of the coldest temperatures of the winter so far this weekend. Daytime highs of minus 27 Celsius expected in Winnipeg, wherever that is. The US National Weather Service said temperatures this cold are extremely dangerous. I would think so, yes. You don't need to be an expert to figure that out. Apparently it will lead to frostbite on exposed skin in as little as 10 minutes, so don't expose your skin.
Disgusting.
Meanwhile, over here, bitter winds from the Baltic and Scandinavia are bringing dangerous blizzards and sub-zero temperatures to Britain for at least 6 days, along with yet more heavy rain on over-deluged areas. Is your area over-deluged? Ice and snow are forecast to hit the eastern side of the country and reach London and the south coast by Sunday. South-east England is under an 85-hour snow warning from 11 p.m. tomorrow until 12 p.m. on Wednesday.
Warning, warning.
Blimey, that's a long time, isn't it? That's ages. The heaviest blizzards are expected in Suffolk, Essex and Kent on Sunday, where an amber warning has been issued. Up to 20 centimetres could fall in the worst-hit areas on Sunday alone. And 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts are expected. And that's miles per hour, which is good old British measurements. Not filthy foreign European surrender measurements like centimetres. We don't need unelected socialist measurements to gauge the amount of snow we get. We want proper British snow measurements. I'll do the maths.
Oh, no.
20 centimetres in feet is multiplied by 9, divided by 5 and add 32. So 9 times 20 is 160. Divided by 5 is 160 by 5. Let's see, 5 5s are 15. So that's 15 plus 32 is 47. Blimey. It's going to be 47 feet of snow on Sunday alone. Can you believe that?
No.
The cold front, dubbed the Beast from the Baltic, is something that would trouble the hardy people of Winnipeg not a lot. But it is likely to fell this country like a chopped tree. The wintry conditions have swept into the UK following an easterly airflow arriving from Scandinavia.
No!
Typical Scandinavians with their pickled herring and their clogs coming over here, sending us their wind. It's another excellent reason to leave the European Union and proof that the remoters were wrong. And the Met Office said the Midlands and the South East are the most likely to see disruptive snow, which is like normal snow, but drunk.
Booze.
Are you with me so far?
No.
A level 2 weather alert, which encourages people to prepare for freezing conditions, has been issued by the Met Office running from 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's right, 9 a.m. in the morning until 9 p.m. next Tuesday. A level 2 cold weather alert. We're going to DEFCON 2. By Sunday, most areas of England and Wales, apart from western coasts, could see temperatures close to or below freezing. Why? What's going to happen in the west? I bet it's going to be raining. Wait a minute. I bet the northwest is going to be raining. Who will bet against it? Let me see your money. Huh. Well, raining tonight and raining tomorrow, of course, in Glasgow, but not raining on Sunday, or Monday, or Tuesday, or Wednesday, or Thursday. Is anybody believing that?
No.
But it will rain next Friday and Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and every day for the rest of your lives. Never mind, eh? Where was I? Oh, yes, by Sunday, most areas of England and Wales, apart from the western coasts, could see temperatures close to or below freezing. The bitter easterly winds are going to make it feel even colder. By next week, temperatures will be struggling to get much above 0. Blooming freezing outside. Residents in Kent were told by the council to follow, quotes, basic common sense advice to keep themselves warm and well. Basic common sense. The Kent Council clearly knows nothing about the people of Kent, then.
Correct.
Basic common sense goes out the door the moment you reach Dartford. Kent County Council Deputy Director of Public Health Alison said it is vital that during this prolonged period of severe weather people act to keep themselves and their home warm, even if this is just by heating the bedroom and the living room. Excellent advice, Councilperson Alison. Ben, the RAC Patrol of the Year, said, "We are expecting next week's protracted period of sub-zero temperatures to lead to a sharp rise in the number of breakdowns and bumps as those who have to drive struggle with very hazardous conditions." Which leads me to ask two things. One, how does one become the RAC Patrol of the Year? Does it have something to do with hats? And why does he speak like a police person? He said, "We urge drivers to think extremely carefully before setting out and question whether their journey is absolutely necessary." He said, "For anyone who has to drive, we'd strongly advise making sure their vehicle is ready for the cold." And by that he means that you should ensure to drive very close to the car in front, exceed the speed limit by at least 20 miles an hour, and try to make up any time that you spend at a red light by driving like you're Lewis Hamilton late for a beard sculpting appointment. Of course, if you are driving a hatchback, you will already be doing this, and we appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you.
By Monday, average daytime temperatures across the country will remain between bloomin' freezing and practically nothing at all. It'll be like winter outside. It's been a hard one this year, isn't it? Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast for the rest of the month?
No.
Outlook for Sunday and Tuesday. Sunday to Tuesday, with all the days in between. Snow in the southeast on Sunday. Further snow showers expected next week, most frequently in the east. Dry and bright in the west. Very cold. Right, the forecast from the 10th of February, which is next Wednesday. God, it's charging through it, isn't it? It's practically March already. It's almost May. April is just around the corner. It's June. Summertime. Which means it's almost autumn. It's practically November. It's Christmas. Jesus' birthday. I barely had time to take the tree down. So from Wednesday the 10th of February to Friday the 19th of February, cold start to the period, strong easterly winds, heavy and frequent snow showers likely. Blimey. Plenty of bright to sunny weather is likely further south, remaining cold or very cold. That's the choice. You can either be cold or very cold. And then from the end of this month to the first week in March, milder and wetter at first, then a return to colder and drier conditions overall. At the end of February and the start of March, mostly dry, and likely to remain cold. But, and it's a huge giant wobbling but, there's a chance for unsettled, milder interludes arriving from the west. Unsettled, milder interludes arriving from the west? We'll take it! Mark and Epsom text, Sir Dear Nick, I would like to complain about the beast from the Baltic. It can't be a proper storm because it doesn't rhyme. The beast from the east was a proper storm.
Affirmative.
Well, that's just a scientific fact. We only deal in scientific facts on this show. I think you'll find that that is correct. Stamford Hill. Hello, Sarah.
Hi, Nick.
Sarah.
Hi. I want to talk about people with no respect.
You want to talk about people with no respect. Now,
Yes.
Do you mean that you want to talk about them with no respect, or you want to talk about people who have no respect?
Have no respect.
Ah.
Sorry, Nick. Basically, the insults that have come out towards Sir Captain Tom this week is atrocious.
Insults?
Yes.
Who's insulted him?
The vicar.
The vicar?
Mm-hmm.
The vicar? What,
Yes.
What vicar?
He's in East London, Nick. It was all in the papers. Tom was talking about it last night, right?
Right. Well, I've been, I'm incommunicado where I live. I've only just got the internet. The postman
Well,
still
people
can't find me.
saying that it was-
No, wait a minute. Talk about lack of respect. You're stomping all over me.
I'm nervous. Nick.
You're nervous? Imagine how I feel. You can slam the phone down any time you like. I've got to sit here till 1 a.m.
Well, I won't have your job.
I am panicking. I've got nothing to say at all.
No.
My mind is
Nick,
a complete.
on a serious note.
My mind is a complete blank. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Nick, he done a marvellous job. Captain Tom was, and this vicar was saying that Boris Johnson's telling everyone to clap and he ain't going to clap and all this. And he was bringing in the colour of everything, the race card and everything. And to me, if you want to clap, you clap. But he done absolutely marvellous for what he's achieved for the NHS charities. Do you know what I mean?
Well, no, we're certainly not talking about Boris Johnson here, are we? We're talking about
we're talking about Captain Tom,
because Boris Johnson has done precious little for the NHS, on almost all of it negative. Right.
No, I know that. I'm talking about Captain Tom, sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
And, and even his family, the day after they lost him, they went out clapping as well to show their respect. And they're in the middle of grieving. Just leave the family alone. Even Piers Morgan has blocked. Piers Morgan has blocked 4 people on his Twitter account for the insults that they have thrown at Captain Tom.
Well, I think if you are on the mountain. Oh God, what's the phrase? If you are looking at the hill of high ground, and Piers Morgan is above you, then you've made a big mistake, huge. You want to take a good long look at yourself.
No, Nick, because at the end of the day, that man deserves our respect for what he's achieved at 100.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
You'll get no argument from me, Sarah. That shut you up. That shut you up, didn't it?
Family. Yeah. My heart goes out to his family at the moment, Tom.
Of course.
Yeah,
what kind of a numpty would want to pick a fight with Tom?
Nobody. Well, and this vicar quickly, he said the only reason that we're showing him, or Boris Johnson wants to show him respect, is because of his medals that he was wearing. Him being in the... So what? He was proud to wear their medals. Yeah,
well, I think that what you're describing... See, I'm unfamiliar with this story. I know I should be all over it, but I'm not. I'm unfamiliar with it. But
how is your internet anyway,
It's
Nick?
Rubbish, Sarah. I did a test of it the other day, and I'm not joking. They do an upload and download speed. Are you familiar with the speeds of upload and download? Right.
Yes.
My download speed is 0.9 megabits per second.
Oh dear.
My upload speed is 0.01 megabits per second.
Nick, go to PlusNet.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort. But thanks for the advert. Cheers, Sarah.
Okay, Nick.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Yeah, over at my place, it's like living in the 1970s. I might as well try communicating with the outside world on my calculator. It's got a log button and everything.
I don't know anything.
This text says, Nick, I mostly love all your alien references. Mostly. Matt in Clapham says, you just whipped me up into a weather frenzy. Normally I don't care about the weather, but now I've just messaged to several people telling them it's going to be cold or very cold.
Oh, fabulous.
Those are your choices. But some expert from the council said that you might want to think about putting your heating on. You know, if you're lucky enough to have heating, you might want to turn it on. Good job that he or she, sexist, was available to give us that excellent advice. I think it was to the people of Kent, wasn't it? Because otherwise it wouldn't occur to them. Apparently, according to a Kent council person. I'm not making that up. She's basically calling you stupid. Camden, hello, Lizzie.
Oh, hi, Nick. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for making your call.
That's nice of you.
Do you have a persistent cough?
Sorry?
Do you...
Say again.
Are you running a temperature?
No, I'm walking one. I've taken an Anadin.
Oh, I'm on like about 3 or 4 anodins a day now, man, but I can handle it. I'm just seeing stars at the moment, that's all.
It's quite shocking. You ought to go on to paracetamol capsules.
Yeah.
But don't say I said so, because it could be an advert and I would get sued.
Probably not sued, no. You might get paid.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Make a change.
Yes.
Anyway, that is not what I wanted to talk about, but it's very pleasant. I made an incredible mistake when I phoned you a couple of weeks ago. I made a faux pas.
Oh.
What happened was we were on the A to Z dialogue.
Well, that was a long time ago.
In a way.
No, not in a way. In
It was about 4 weeks ago.
yes,
I
in
think.
a very real way, as in time. It's time specific because the A to Z was between Christmas and New Year, and then I put it in a book. Did you get the book?
Well, that's what's bothering me,
Right.
because a few people who would normally be reasonably decent to me have either been gaslighting me on telephone or just not speaking to me. And I realised after I'd hung up, after speaking to you, that I'd made an error of understanding
yes,
of other listeners.
An error of French proportions. It was a faux pas.
Kind of. The fact is, I have a certain amount of
How much?
appreciation of the absurdity of life,
A certain amount.
which is known as quirkiness.
How much is that certain amount? Like in inches, approximately.
I would say about 4 kilometres and 2.5.3 centimetres.
Right.
Approximately.
Yeah.
I'm not sure at this time at night. My math is terrible.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that you are slightly more awake than I am. I'm half awake. I think you might be 3/4 awake.
You said that you'd taken an Anadin. Was it just like a random white pill that you found on the ground?
No, I picked up my graphic equalizer, of which I'm immensely proud, and underneath it I found the packet of Anadin I've been looking for 3 days.
It wasn't just a loose pill that you thought,
No, I don't.
I haven't had a white one in a while. I'll try one of those.
I don't pop pills unless I have to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I probably may have done it one time if my memory serves me, but it might not. However, can we get to the point, please?
Oh, there's a point.
Yes.
Let the joy be unconfined.
It's got a little rubber at the other end. Let's not go down that road. Anyway, it was about the A to Z. I phoned and said I wanted to introduce the word glibberish, which is a combination of glib and gibberish, as in telling one truth to cover 9 lies, which I said politicians do as a matter of course. And you said, which politicians, or words to that effect? And I said, well, I think Boris Johnson and the former president. And you sort of said, oh, and I said yes, and you said thank you. And by the former president, none
of this sounds like me. I recognise none of this.
Good, so we're on the same page.
We're not even reading the same book, Lizzie.
That's okay. Who does?
Okay, was that the point?
No, can I finish what I was saying, please?
Yeah, okay.
I only say please.
Right, hurry up.
Okay, I said, politicians speak, please listen to me, listen to me. Don't turn into one of the other presenters who interrupts, please.
Oh, God, get on with it.
Okay, I said, Boris Johnson and the former president.
Yes.
And I think you understood that I meant Mr. Trump, but the listeners might have thought I meant Barack Obama.
Yeah, the listeners forgot what you said practically the second that you said it. Don't worry about it, Lizzie. No, I'm not. I'm printing nothing. I very much doubt that got in. Glibber. Oh, God, there's my phone. Get that woman off the air, it says. No offence, Lizzie, but I've just been given instructions. Whew. Anybody have any idea what that was about?
No.
Daisy texts, Nick, what do you think of Jackie? That is very unprofessional. Whoever is texting me, just cut it out. Not unprofessional of them, professional, unprofessional of me for leaving my blooming phone on. God, I'm getting constant updates. Oh, I didn't like her. Take her off. Oh, do you want to play more music? Have you got any Boston? JR in Bristol says, hey, Nick, have you seen the video of the Handforth Parish Council meeting? You need to see it, if not. Plenty of material on there for your audio clips. Yeah, I did see it. I'm not sure that that's true. It looked all a bit desperate to me. It was just so boring. I mean, did it make anybody want to get involved with their local council?
No.
Not really, no. Did it make you want to run in the other direction?
Yes.
Yes. Most certainly, yes. Plus, it made me never want to have a Zoom conference meeting ever. Ever, ever, ever. Have you had a Zoom conference meeting?
No.
You've never had one?
Maybe once.
Well, so that was a lie then? Yes. I'm surrounded by misinformation. Mark texts, I have a friend who lives in Winnipeg. She thinks Scotland is tropical. Yes. Yeah, we think we've got weather over here. This is not weather. This is nothing to them. Minus 27. I've got no idea what that even is like. I grew up in Embra, so I'm used to cold. I don't like it, but I've experienced it. I used to go up Hill End to the artificial ski slope up there. It was blooming freezing. You should feel the wind whipping off those hills. And I've been to New York in January, which was the coldest place I've ever been in my life. I mean, the cold there was just absolutely extraordinary. I pretty much got off the plane and went straight to a shop and bought everything that they had made of wool, because the clothes that I brought with me were not remotely up to the job. And I was waddling around like the Michelin Man. I was wearing so many clothes. I was wider than I was tall, and it made no difference at all. The wind just scythed straight through. It's unbelievable. But Winnipeg makes New York in winter seem like a Greek island in the summer. Minus 27. God. And this anonymous text says, I'm aging during this call. The previous call. Yeah, just went on and on and on. And when I tried to hurry her along, she said, don't turn into one of those presenters that interrupts. God, if I hadn't interrupted, she'd still be on. No offence.
A big sack of monkey nuts.
That's what this show is, a big sack of monkey nuts. Tom texts, stumbled on a video of the GLR launch party online. Looked extremely retro, and you looked about 18. Yeah. Can't believe that's still up there. Yeovil, hello, Chris.
Hello, Nick. Nice
Chris.
to talk to you.
Chris.
First time caller.
Good man.
I don't know how I quite follow the last caller, to be honest, but I'll give it a go.
At a distance. Follow it at a distance.
A great distance, yeah. I don't know if anybody's commented on this. I certainly haven't heard anybody, but I've noticed footballers. Well, first of all, they're not really allowed to hug or celebrate after scoring a goal.
Yeah, but they do anyway.
I know they do, but what I haven't noticed people commenting on is the fact they're spitting onto the ground all the time.
Well, hopefully it is onto the ground. Where else would they be spitting?
Well, it's onto the ground, but then another player's going to roll into that possibly.
Oh, please.
It's true, but why is nobody commenting on this?
Well, maybe they're spitting into the air, and then, through no fault of their own, gravity is taking control, and then eventually it falls onto the ground.
Well, it's a possibility, I suppose, but I think from what I've seen, they're spitting onto the grass, and people are going to roll in it.
I think people are going to roll in it.
Well, of course they are. Jack Grealish is... Sorry, I shouldn't say Jack Grealish. Footballers end up on the floor, and they're going to end up rolling in it. I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, well, some footballers throw themselves on the floor, and they only have themselves to blame.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more, but why is nobody commenting on this?
Well, allow me.
Go on.
There is no other sport in which the players spit quite so much as the spitting that is involved in football. And like they don't do it in rugby, they don't do it in tennis, they don't do it in chess.
That's true.
There's nothing else that involves quite so much spitting as football, and I think they do it for a couple of reasons. Reason one is a certain moronic streak that goes through footballers, which usually becomes apparent in the after-match interview. Oh yeah, well, the lads done great, and it's all credit to the lads, and the lads done great, and it's all credit to them, and it's credit to the fans and the manager and the lads. And the other reason that they do it is to try to draw a line under their failure in whatever it is they just tried. They'll whack the ball goalwards, and yet it will go so high as to clear the stands entirely and end up in the car park outside. And then there will be an ecstasy of spitting in order to say, oh, I meant that, or something like that.
When they do score a goal, they tend to spit as a celebration. I just don't understand.
Celebration.
You watch when they zoom in on the player, you can guarantee you'll see them spit.
Right. Okay. Well, they should maybe have like a 5-second delay so that they can excise the spit.
I couldn't agree more. But,
I couldn't agree more.
Why nobody's commenting on it? I just don't know.
Well, we are.
Yes, but not in general discussions.
This is a general discussion. You're on the radio, man.
I told you I'm a first-time caller. I don't know how this works.
Well, it works. Everything you say goes out immediately. Isn't that frightening?
Very.
Very, yeah. Well, like I said before, imagine how I feel. Panic-inducing. 0345 6060 973. This text says, look at the weather in Yakutsk, eastern Russia. Currently minus 40 centigrade, and they go about their daily business as normal. Well, what's their daily business? I want everything that you've got on Yakutsk, eastern Russia. What is it that they do on an ordinary day? What do they do for business? How do they make their money? Why are they not all frozen solid? What do their houses look like? I want to know what their jobs are. How much money do they make? What are they dressed in? How do they heat their homes? Do they heat their homes? Okay, here we go. Blimey, that was quick. Yakutsk, with an average temperature of minus 8 centigrade. What, year round? You've got to be kidding me. Why would anybody go and live there? An average temperature of minus 8 centigrade is the second coldest city in the world after Norilsk. You know Norilsk? Yakutsk experiences colder temperatures than Norilsk in the winter, though. So if it was just by average, it's the second coldest. But if you want peak cold, then by a long chalk, it's Yakutsk. Mark it down on your holiday destination list, your bucket list. You'll kick the bucket as soon as you get there. Yakutsk is also the largest city located in continuous permafrost. It is located in the central Yakutian lowland. You're making all this up. It's a major port on the Lena River. It's served by the Yakutsk airport as well as a smaller Magan airport. You're listening to this? They've got a blooming airport. It's minus 8 degrees average, and they've got an airport. In this country, if there's a slight drizzle, all of our airports are closed. The entire country falls flat in its face. Yakutia Airlines has its head office in the city. There are several theatres, a drama theatre named after Pushkin, and another one, and another one. They've got opera and ballet. How many people live there? There's a local punk scene. All right. Oh, if only that had worked. That would have been good, wouldn't it?
Rock and roll!
There it is. Could have driven a bus through that gap. Population, 310,000. 310,000 people are brave enough. I was just dialing through all the available words to me. And I settled on brave. I think that's probably a good choice. 310,000 people are brave enough to live in a place that is probably the coldest on Earth. Many houses there are built on concrete piles. Yeah, I bet piles are a serious problem among the population there. Huge. Every now and again, this is an educational programme, isn't it?
No.
Let's have a call in West Midlands. Hello, Branchett.
Hiya, Nicky, okay?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, I was just listening to you about your Zoom meetings and that kind of stuff, yeah? And with the pandemic and the people all working from home, it's brought about a whole new horizons of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah? On one of the local radio stations on a Wednesday, this young lady does a show with dilemmas people send in. Yeah? And one of the dilemmas this woman had sent in was that her husband was having Zoom sex over the computer with her colleague, yeah?
Oh.
And she caught him at it, right? And she was going to ask the audience what she should do. You know,
yeah.
Should she leave or whatever?
Right. Should she stay or should she go? Right.
Yeah, it was like that. And I kind of sent a text message, but I didn't get on. I do get on sometimes.
Right. So your suggestion was?
At least she can't get pregnant, can she? You know, there's not going to be an unwanted baby. And I wanted to know actually what was involved in, you know.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah. And people were saying, oh, well, you know, what's going to happen when they return to work? Yeah. And, you know, and she was adamant that he's going to leave the job.
Yeah.
And a lot of nutters were phoning in and saying, well, you know, it's being unfaithful. Some were obviously balanced, yeah. But even if he had left, he can still have Zoom sex with her anywhere in the world, can't he? And, you know, like now, I have to have Zoom meetings sometimes. And we can have up to about 30 people, right, you know, in a Zoom meeting. So
it's a zorgy.
It's a zorgy. Oh, you can copyright that now tonight. Yeah, a zorgy over Zoom. Yeah. So you know these kind of things. I mean, have you ever heard of anything like that?
No, I most certainly have not. And furthermore, I wish I hadn't heard it just now.
I think it was hilarious. Some of the things that people were coming up with. You know, but that's progress, isn't it? Yeah. And what's happened to your mate?
Progress. Well, I suppose so. Who's zooming who? Get Aretha Franklin on the phone. She'll sing it for us.
Yeah. I mean, the thing was, is this the kind of things to come now?
Yes.
Yeah. And what's happened to your mate Donald? He ain't going to be giving any evidence in his defence, is he?
Yeah, he's acting like a chicken and running in the opposite direction. Yeah.
No, I think he's found a bunker. And he's hid in a bunker somewhere, right?
He doesn't need to show up. Nobody needs to show up. The Republicans, that spineless lot of cowards, is going to set him... well, not set him free, but they're going to deliberate and come to a not guilty conclusion.
Because it could be diminished responsibilities, couldn't it now? You know, because that's one that good barristers always use.
Yeah. I think they would come up with a winner in his case. Diminished responsibility. Yeah, that sounds like you, Donny.
Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
I'm going to talk about Donald Trump. Somebody did mention Donald Trump just in passing. He mentioned it briefly, but I think he got away with it. But he's had a spat this week. We've missed him just a little bit. We've missed the stupid.
People are laughing at us all over the world. They think we're stupid, and we are. I mean, we're being led by stupid people. We're being led by people that don't have a clue. They're incompetent.
I couldn't agree more. Up until the moment that you left, that's absolutely correct. But yeah, he's picked a fight with somebody else now. So I'll get into that in a while. Hello, Mike. Yes, Mike.
Hello?
Yes, Mike.
Hi. Yeah, I'm just talking about Trump. I mean, did you notice Marjorie Taylor Greene got thrown off the committees this week, but only 11 Republicans voted against her, which is a bit worrying.
This is the woman who thinks that Hillary Clinton is a Satan-worshipping child murderer who has cut a child's face off and wore it as a mask while drinking their blood.
Absolutely.
That's one thing that she believes. She also believes. She also believes. Listen to me. She also believes that the wildfires started in California were started with a Jewish space laser, so that millionaire Jews could buy up burnt California land on the cheap. She actually believes that.
And she also goes around wearing a face mask saying Trump won.
Yes. Well, that's the least of her problems.
But delusional, nevertheless. No, what I actually rang up about was, changing the subject a bit, was the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Yeah.
Where Boris Johnson said there isn't a border down the Irish Sea, when patently, obviously, there is. And he signed up to all this, just like he signed up to the withdrawal agreement and then said we're going to break it in a minor and trivial way.
Yes.
He's now threatening. I mean, where do people not start to understand that what they say isn't true?
Well, it's not even just that. He said the exact same thing that the European Union said the other day, and you could hear the yelling about that through concrete, and yet when Boris Johnson says it, it's like, oh, well, that's just right and proper.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's this thing about persuading people to vote against their own interests.
Yeah, well, it's going very well.
Does nobody ever get to understand that nothing this sort of say is even vaguely true? I mean,
we're in Donald Trump's world now. It doesn't matter what you say. It's who's doing the saying that matters.
And my last little point, if I can make, I'm really grateful that the vaccine distribution is going as brilliantly as it is. But nobody's realised yet that the reason that the vaccine thing is going so well is exactly the same reason that everything else has gone badly.
Yes.
And that's that when all this broke last March, the scientists were saying there is no chance of a vaccine within a year, 18 months if we're really lucky, but it's going to be a couple of years. So everybody else looked at the scientific advice and held off. Our lot, because there were a set of chances, just dived in willingly and bought everything they could see in sight.
It's like they bet everything on buying a lottery ticket, and everybody thought, oh, well, that's a really stupid idea. But the lottery ticket won, and they'll see, there you are, you see? It was the wisest decision of all.
When every other decision was proved to be wrong.
Correct. It's the only thing they've got right, and they probably got it right by just getting out of the way and allowing the NHS to take over.
Oh, the delivery, yeah, absolutely, brilliantly. As soon as they got out the road, everything works brilliantly. But
exactly.
As I say, it was a chances decision to do it, and it has paid off, and I'm grateful it has.
Well, yeah, me too.
But all the other chances decisions they've made have gone wrong.
Precisely, yes. But the public forget everything that went before and just are judging Boris Johnson on what's happening at this moment. And it was just sheer dumb luck. I mean, if you just throw enough spaghetti at the wall, eventually some of it's going to stick, and that's pretty much where we are now. This particular piece of pasta has stuck to the tiles. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. I'll do this. Boris Johnson has vowed to do everything we need to do. Do anything we need to do. Who was that? Do everything we need to do. Wasn't the Jam? Was it? Was it the Jam? It was probably the Jam.
Rock and roll!
Do anything you want to do. Boris Johnson has vowed to do anything you want to do, including an attempt to override post-Brexit arrangements with the EU in order to ensure there is no barrier down the Irish Sea. Having held talks with Northern Ireland's First Minister Arlene Foster on Wednesday morning, the Prime Minister later raised the prospect of triggering Article 16 of the Northern Ireland Protocol. What? Now, that comes just days after the EU itself threatened and then abandoned an attempt to do the same thing as part of the row with drug makers over COVID vaccines and its efforts to introduce export controls on vaccine jabs. Now, this Article 16, it is very, very interesting stuff, this, isn't it?
No.
This Article 16 intended to be used when the protocol, designed to avoid a post-Brexit hard border on the island of Ireland, and a key part of the UK's withdrawal agreement, is unexpectedly leading to serious economic, societal or environmental difficulties. That's when it can be invoked. And, of course, if you can't get yourself a jab to potentially save your life, that is the very definition of economic, societal or environmental difficulties. And this is the second time in less than a month that Boris Johnson has threatened to invoke Article 16. And there was absolutely not a peep from the press or the Furierati on social media, the ones with the flags in their profile pictures, not one word about it. But when the EU said they might do the exact same thing, you could hear the Brexiters yelling about it from space. Meanwhile, Cabinet Office Minister Michael Gove sent his EU counterpart what the right-wing press are calling a series of demands, including an extension of the current 3-month light touch regulation grace period for supermarkets. And by demands, I think they mean requests, as in crawling across the carpet on all fours, begging for mercy. Because it's our supermarket shelves that could be bare, not European ones. It's our fisher persons that are feeling betrayed, not European ones. And it's us that's in trouble because of Brexit, not Europe. It's almost as though they don't need us more than we need them. And now we've got Brexiteers complaining to other Brexiteers about the damage that Brexit is doing to the things that they hold dear, that they apparently couldn't see coming because they'd wrapped themselves too tightly in the flag. And Ian Paisley out of the DUP said, "RRR." He said the protocol's been an abject failure and had overseen a descent every day further and further into chaos. He said, we really need to fix it. He said, I think I'd start by saying to the EU, Northern Ireland is not designed to be the protection zone for the European single market. We're not there to protect the European single market. We're part of the United Kingdom. He said, if Europe wants to protect the single market, they should do so in the Republic of Ireland. Don't use Northern Ireland for that purpose, and let's get on with having an arrangement that actually works. Well, wait a minute. If the border between the north and the south is not at the border, it's in the south, that's the new border. Here's an idea. We could have the north and the south of Ireland in one block. And we could have to have the rest of the UK in that block, of course, and Europe would have to be in the same block, of course. It could be a union, I suppose, a sort of European Union. Why hasn't anybody thought of that yet? Boris Johnson, the actual Prime Minister, if you can believe that, told MPs during Wednesday's Prime Minister's questions, he says, I utterly share the frustrations about the way the EU, in particular the EU Commission, temporarily seem to call to use the protocol in such a way as to impose a border contrary to the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement, contrary to the letter of the Good Friday Agreement. He says we'll do everything we need to do, whether legislatively or indeed by invoking Article 16 of the protocol, to ensure there is no barrier down the Irish Sea. So he threatened to do the exact same thing that the EU did. And it was wrong when the EU suggested it, but it's right when a Brexiter suggests it. It makes as much sense as anything else that's happened lately. The Prime Minister also described how it was most regrettable that the EU should seem to cast doubt on the Good Friday Agreement, the principles of the peace process, by seeming to call for a border across the island of Ireland, somewhat ignoring the inconvenient truth that it's because of Brexit that we're in this mess in the first place. It's the Brexit that he pushed on us that caused this. He made the mess and he wants Nanny to come and clean it up for him. That is about right, isn't it, Boris?
I can't comment on that.
You're a bad Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Dennis phoned to say Eddie and the Hot Rods sang Do Anything You Want to Do.
Rock and roll!
Yes, it was foolish of me to suggest otherwise. Patrick in Guildford says, did you ever find out what the mystery bird was? No, I did not. No, I looked really hard. And people were sending suggestions by the boatload. And we didn't get to the bottom of it. Tiny little grey-white thing with a little body about the size of like a blue tit, sort of about that size, but with legs twice as long as a blue tit's, with quite a long tail and a short beak. I've invented a bird, because nobody has ever heard of or seen such a thing before. I've seen it twice, once in Berkshire and once in Surrey. Both times it was on the pavement, not in a garden or anything like that, and it was just running about, as though it owned the place. Once there was just one of them, and once there was two of them. Please don't send me any pictures in, because we've been through all this. It is a new species that I have invented. I think I'll call it small bird, short beak, long leg bird. Write that down. Inverness. Hello, Mags.
Hello.
Mags.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
So, yeah, I just wanted to chat about, like, the vaccinations and what they're saying about north of the border. So basically they're saying that in Scotland we're like way behind England, which I completely don't agree with. I think Nicola Sturgeon has done like an amazing job in the whole pandemic in saying, you know, coming out for the briefings and everything like that. And then obviously she's only going by what the medical experts are saying and how people are getting vaccinated and stuff like that. But I think proportionally, I think we're doing really well in Scotland. And I think that, you know, we are doing better than England. And, you know, overall, I think that Scotland are doing better.
Well, you have a more competent leader.
100%. I feel like having moved from England to Scotland during the pandemic, I feel a lot safer in Scotland, and that I feel like she has her best interests and she's looking after the people as opposed to her own interests.
Yes.
As opposed to other leaders.
Right. Well, I couldn't agree more.
Thanks.
You weren't expecting that, were you?
No, I wasn't. Not at all.
Right. What's the weather forecast for Inverness?
Inverness is looking very snowy and very cold.
Right.
Which is pretty normal.
Yeah, normal for Inverness. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mags. 03 for an unsolicited testimonial. David in Sutton says, if in Russia it's minus 40, if they put the aircon on, does it actually heat up the house? I don't know. What are you asking me for? And Glenn says, you seem upset that Boris is making a success of Brexit. Okay. Name the success so far. He says there are bound to be bumps in the road. Yeah, some bumps are as big as mountains. Yeah, bumps in the road. God. People will never, ever, 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 ever admit that they have been duped because it's too much loss of face. So they will continue to claw some vestige of victory from the jaws of defeat. We're not all dead yet, and it's because of Brexit. What a tremendous success Brexit is, because the country's not burst into flames, flipped upside down, and sunk. It's all because of Brexit. I'll tell you what Brexit has delivered us. A brand new day every day. Oh, God. Here we go. Stockton on Tees. Hello, Brian.
Okay, Nick.
Get your flags out. It's going to be a patriotism contest.
No. I'm going to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. The rollout is going fantastic. Nearly 11 million doses done.
Amazing. Yeah, and
half a million today.
It's the only reason for that can possibly be that Boris Johnson got out of the way.
Right,
he just let the experts take control and didn't try to hive it off to his mates and his and the Tory party donors.
The thing is, right, it could suddenly ramp up to 5 million a week. Easily, I think, if we get the vaccine into the country.
Yeah, but Brian, by you saying that, you've got no idea what you're talking about. It can be done easily. What do you know?
The bluebirds are preening the wings, Nick, admit it. The bluebirds are ready to come back.
What are you talking
This
about?
is right at the end of the tunnel. Now, you've been on about the Irish protocol.
Bluebirds?
Yes, when they come over Dover, they fly over Dover when things get better. The preening the wings.
Bluebirds. Oh, my God, are you still fighting the Second World War? Jeez, it didn't take long, did it?
Right. You know about this Irish protocol? Talking nonsense about it, Nick, you are. When they done this Article 16, right, it was to the unhelpfulness. See, why do they have this Irish protocol? So there won't be problems in Ireland.
The reason that there are problems is because of Brexit. Obviously, it's the thing that started the problem in the first place.
The problem is because of the EU.
No, it's not because of the EU. It's because of Brexit. Obviously.
Well, I'll tell you why. If you let me speak, I'll give you my reason why. You're going to let me speak, are you? They blew up this thing about the border, right? Overblew it and everything, right? And so they've got this sea border, right? Now, they brought this Article 16 in to stop up with the vaccines and that, so it backed off of vaccines. They're being berated for it. It's clueless they are, right? And now, we've got them over a battle again now, haven't we?
Oh, no, here we go. They need us more than we need them. Jeez, I've listened to you already. This is not your show. You don't just get to trample all over everybody else by saying, let me speak. You've been speaking for practically 20 minutes already.
But I've just told you the truth about it, haven't I?
No,
do you agree?
He's actually been waiting for 20 minutes, not speaking for 20. It seems like you've been speaking for 20 minutes, Brian.
No, I've only been speaking for a couple of minutes. Now, what we're saying now, we might do the Article 16.
Yeah.
But the difference with us doing it
is that we're British.
Just a second. Yeah. The difference between them doing it and we doing it, it's to help Ireland, all of Ireland.
Right.
There's problems with you've got a thing where
all they want to do is help.
Just a second.
Right.
You've said any soil on the boats or the wheels of tractors that are British, we're going to stop getting in. That is how silly they're getting. Can't you see?
I've got no idea what you're talking about now. There's all sorts of consequences. There's all sorts of consequences that come with Brexit, amongst which are a border between us and the European Union, where no border existed previously. It's because of Brexit that this is happening.
Boris Johnson and Macron have just been talking to each other, right? They've been saying we'll sort this vaccine thing out. Right. What is going to happen is the same as what happened with fish. We give them a few fish, we've got a free trade deal. Now, with a vaccine...
We haven't given them a few fish.
Right.
I mean, listen to the people that actually do fish for a living.
They're now talking, Johnson and Macron, as I've said, they will now say, we'll give you a few vaccines, sort this border problem out, and it'll go away.
Brian, they make vaccines in Europe. What are you talking about? We'll give them a few vaccines.
France have done 1.9 million. We've done 11 million. Right?
The reason that we got there first is because we okayed the vaccines first. Now, to a lot of people, it was we did it too quickly. It was much more quickly than any vaccine or similar kind of medicine has ever been okayed by a regulator before, and a lot of people were very concerned about it. And I think through sheer dumb luck of this current administration, this is the only thing that they've done right so far. Admit that.
If they don't sort this seaboard route, Biden's looking at it. Biden has come out publicly and said, I want no problem with these borders.
Right.
And he is looking now saying, you're at fault, EU.
No, he said nothing. He said nothing of the sort.
He can't do anything else, can he?
His priority is to do a trade deal with the European Union because it's much, much bigger and more important than little old Britain.
I tell you what, von der Leyen, right, she's blown Europe out, she's blown holes in it.
Brian,
in trouble.
Let me ask you this. Do you actually own ears? Because nothing that anybody says, particularly me, penetrates at all. It just, everything bounces right off you, and then you continue talking about whatever it was you were going to say in the first place. You should be a politician, man.
But I've listened to you all night, right, and you're talking nonsense again. You're living in cloud cuckoo land. You are. You've got rose-tinted glasses for the EU. Yes. Yeah. If I said, well,
you will never, ever admit that you made a mistake, that you were fooled, that you were taken for a dummy, and you gave your vote to something that has harmed the country. You will never admit that because it would be too much loss of face.
You're in denial. We voted to leave, Nick, and you can't accept it.
Right.
You've got to accept.
It's had negative results up till now. Brian, you lost. Get over it.
I won. You get over it.
What did you win?
We've won freedom.
Freedom.
We can now take back control of our own country.
It's like we threw ourselves out off the side of a boat, and now we're free to bob about on the ocean waves all alone. We're free. Yeah, we're not in that boat anymore, because who wants to be in the boat? Now we're free. Oh, God, Brian, it's painful. 0345 6060 973. Mary says, "Hi, Nick, leave Brian alone and show some loyalty to your country." These people that insist that you can only be patriotic if I agree with them. I'm sorry, Mary. Who the hell do you think you are? You do not speak for Britain. You don't even speak for the majority of British people. And I know that that's true because poll after poll after poll after poll after poll since that crooked referendum has shown that the majority of the British people did not want to leave the European Union. They thought it was a bad idea. And they've been proven completely correct in every respect. And yet still people like Mary and Brian insist that if you don't agree with them, with the minority opinion, then you are a traitor. No, Mary. No, Brian. You're not a traitor if you disagree with you. You see, the difference between me, for instance, and you, Mary, is, as I've stated many times before, is that I want what's best for the country. You, Mary, and Brian want what you think is best for you. That's the difference. Now, which of those two descriptions sounds the more patriotic? Kish in Walthamstow says that bird that you described is always on the pavement in Walthamstow Market and hops around outside Greg's and is scared of no one, like it owns the place. It's grey and got long legs, etc. Yes, that's exactly what it was like. Just running around on the pavement. And it didn't really take flight at all. It just ran around. And if people would walk near it, it just run away a bit, scoot around them, and then carry on doing whatever it was doing. I can't imagine that it was feeding much. So what was it there for? I have no idea. And furthermore, neither do you. I don't know why I'm asking you. What do you know? You're not a scientist. Dexter says, just admit that you love Brian really, and I'm sure you would love to go for a drink with him after lockdown. Are you kidding? I need a drink just to talk to him on the phone. Booze. 0345 6060 973. Southsea, Lizzie.
Hi.
Lizzie.
Nick, I've been listening to you and laughing a lot, and I've just put in sequence what about your show, okay? Birds, Brexit, Brian, Mary, vaccine. Does that sum it up?
No.
Oh. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to tell you about prior to joining the common market back in the 70s, my family owned an island.
Which one?
No, listen.
Which one?
Oh, in Ireland.
They owned an island in Ireland?
Yes, on Loch Melvin.
There's a loch called Melvin?
Yes, and
Really?
literally the island...
An island in the island of Ireland, yes.
Yes, and the border ran just north of that island.
Right.
We haven't had it for a few years now, but my dad and all his brothers and sisters grew up there, and...
Well, what's on there? What's on it?
At the moment, there's just a disused Norman church. There's no water, there's nothing else.
Right, there's a Norman church on Melvin. Go ahead.
Loch Melvin, yeah. No, what I wanted to say to you is prior to joining the common market, there was lots of
cheese?
Lots of black market dealings going on between the north and the south.
Ah, yes.
And now that we've got Brexit, I can't see that isn't going to happen now.
But what do you know about it?
I don't.
Right. Well, I certainly am glad that you called.
Well, I just thought I'd let you know.
Right, but you're letting me know something that you just made up.
No.
No, yes. I mean,
No.
do you live there now? No.
No, I don't live there now.
Right.
I do have family that live there.
Well, on that island?
No, it's uninhabitable. Nobody lives on the island, and it has been bought by somebody else.
Jeff.
So, but
Is
from that
the island of Melvin with a Norman church on it owned by Jeff?
No. It's not the island of Melvin. It's on Loch Melvin.
Oh, what's the island called? Dave.
No.
What's it called?
It's called Innis Temple.
Innis Temple, right. Well, that sounds like an island, rather than Melvin, which doesn't sound like a lake.
No. Melvin is the loch.
Yeah.
Why I'm calling is to say to you, prior to joining the EC...
You're not going to tell me all that whole story again, are you?
No.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, before Brexit...
Yes.
There wouldn't be anything happening there.
Right. And now...
However...
You think that there will be?
Well, it may revert back to what it was in the 70s.
Right, may, yeah.
Mm.
But you have absolutely no basis for coming to that conclusion other than just guesswork. Yes.
It's not guesswork. It's based on the fact that we're now in a situation, the same situation as we were in the 1970s before joining the common market.
Right. Not really.
Okay.
Because there's the whole EU thing.
But we've left the EU.
Yeah, but half of the island, well, not half, but, the southern part haven't.
No,
right. But your conclusion stands.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thanks a lot, Lizzie. Loch Melvin. Don't believe a word of it. Mary texts. The bird is probably a wagtail. Now I've checked that. Wouldn't a wagtail wag its tail? I think that is the definition of a wagtail. It wags its tail, and this thing didn't. It did not wag its tail. And I've looked at pictures of wagtails, and they haven't got... Their legs aren't long enough. Was it a dipper? No. See, we've been through this already. I've gone through thousands of pictures of birds, and not one single one was anything remotely like it. So stop sending me pictures of birds. I'm telling you, I've invented a new bird. She says, I think the scientific experts knew perfectly well that the only things that would work were a vaccine or a total lockdown. This makes it easier for Boris to decide. Cole in Harlow says, Nick, you might have seen a long-tailed tit.
Disgusting.
Couldn't they call it something else? 0345 6060 973. Here's calling Greenford. Hello, Paul.
Hello. Hello, Nick. Good, great to hear you. Great show so far. London's come to a standstill. London's come to a standstill.
Are you sure?
Yeah. But
the roads were very busy this evening.
Were they? Oh.
Why was that? Where is everybody going? There's nothing open. Where are you all going? Do you know where you're going to?
Rock and roll. I'm just wondering, have you heard of the African grey parrot? It mimics human voice, yeah.
No.
Go back. No, I just want to... I want to do a course at City Lit because I've got time on my hands, but I'm not sure what course to do. Have you got any idea what course I could do at City Lit?
Yeah, psychology.
Oh, right, psychology, yeah. Work out what other people are thinking.
Yeah, you could start on yourself. How does that sound?
Yeah,
very good idea. Okay, let me know how it goes, Paul. I did psychology. Trust me, anybody could get past that course. You don't even have to show up and they'll give you a B. Trust me. No thought required. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Tyneham Weir. Hello, Brian.
Hi, I've had a great idea. I think Brian from Stockton-on-Tees should be a motivational speaker for the Tories, to keep the red wall up on Teesside where he is, where all his so-called colleagues voted for the Tories.
Yeah.
You should do motivational speaking around the CIU clubs in Stockton and Thornaby. I think you would do a good job.
He would clear the place in about 10 seconds. If they want to reinforce the lockdown, just have Brian get on stage and everybody will be leaping out the door. They'll be throwing themselves out the window.
Is that just waiting, get yourself a motorcycle, go on with a tannoy in his hand and do a bit of a speech for everybody about how fantastic
They'll be locking the front door and closing the curtains.
Yeah, I think he doesn't watch TV. If he watches the TV more often, he'll realise that a lot of people are coming from Calais over to England on little dinghies that is not getting control of your borders. They're just letting them come in. So what's the answer to that one? Do you know what I mean? I'm not kidding, Nick. I read on the news.
Yes.
2 guys got dressed up in dog outfits. Right? They're dressed up as dogs and on the raft to come over.
Right.
So. Do you know what I mean? They're desperate people and they're coming over from Cali.
That's right. Well, as soon as you-know-who finds out, he'll be out there with a lead.
I'm a nutcase.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, Nick, honestly, that's not getting control of your borders. Sadly, a lot of these poor people have got the virus, so I don't know what's going on. That's not getting control of anybody's borders if we're letting them all in like that. So we're worried.
But to be fair, though, Brian, you're just making it up, aren't you? A lot of people have got the virus. How do you know? Plus, I don't think they're coming in on dinghies anymore. It's a little bit too cold for that, isn't it? They'll wait till spring or summer. Plus, it's an impossibility to close our borders. I mean, to people that are coming in on small boats, you can't do it. We have got too much border. In the realm of borders, we are we're suffuse up to our eyeballs in borders. We are. 0345 6060 973. I must do Donald Trump because he's picked a fight with the actors. He seems to spend half his life picking fights with actors, but this time he's picked a fight with a lot of them. His call in Nottingham. Hello, Helen.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
We've previously spoken around the fact that it's all been around NHS stuff because of my role. But I tuned in tonight and heard Brian, not the previous Brian, the Brian before.
Yes, a Brian.
I'm still laughing. I do apologise. It's a bit like every Sunday I have my father round who voted to leave and is very staunch Tory, and my husband who voted to remain, who is very staunch Labour.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you can imagine how Sunday dinner goes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and it was just listening. I just felt like I was in that same position again of, oh my goodness, here we go again.
At what point do you leave the room and just let them get on with it?
It's like this is, and I'm very much, Remain, and it is what it is, and I just think there's an ignorance, there's an arrogance in, well, we're leaving and everything's okay. So my question would be, okay, so we've left the EU, Brexit's done. Here we are in February. What's different for you? What's better for you? What is better today as we stand here right now?
Right. Well, I asked that question, and the answer came as though by clockwork. You could pretty much set your watch by it. We have freedom. See, this indefinable thing that you can't say, you can't measure, there's no quantifying thing about it. Freedom, what on earth does that mean? Freedom to do what? And then they dry up.
Without statistics and without data to actually measure what that means, it's
meaningless. It's utterly meaningless.
It's meaningless. And when he said something along the lines of, well, we've got this vaccine and they haven't. I was like, oh my good Lord.
Yeah.
This is nothing to do with a UK control over a vaccine. And I was just, and I'm trying to roll out the vaccine programme as part of my role here, where I live. And I'm thinking, are you genuinely saying that this is a good thing that we've left the EU? Because look at us, we've got a load of vaccines.
Yeah. That is exactly what they're saying.
I have been laughing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, Nick. I've been laughing because I think sometimes you have to. But what a ridiculous... And it's the same argument that my father has. But you've got to bear in mind, my father is 75, so he will come over and he will talk about during the war.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you can imagine. I mean, I hope he doesn't listen to your radio station, to be fair, Nick. Because
what could he have done during the war?
Well, and you know, him and my husband have these incredible arguments about that.
Yeah, but if he's 75, then he didn't see the war, apart from on the History Channel.
He was born in 1945. He was born literally at the end of the war. But he is so fixed on, well, we did okay before we were in the EU. Yeah. We did okay, and the Commonwealth and all this, and it literally turns into, I can't eat my roast chickens because you two are... I don't know where my alliance sits here.
Yes.
I know where
how do you put up with it? Honestly, so
I drink Pinot Grigio and you pray that they both shut up.
Drink a lot of wine,
booze.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, I think Brian's point around, and he mentioned the vaccine, and he mentioned the position we're in with that, I think was completely irrelevant, completely nonsensical. It has nothing to do with being part of the EU, the distribution of the vaccine. And I think that's a bit of an argument that's coming to the Brexiteers around, well, you look at us, look, we've got the vaccine and we're rolling it out. And no, that's you've got to have an understanding.
No, you don't. That's the absolute point here. A lack of understanding is a prerequisite for these people. Well, understanding gets in the way.
Yeah, they infuriate me. They're like the conspiracy and anti-vax theory people. They infuriate me. But I listened, and I do know Brian's a regular, and I genuinely only ring in when it's NHS related. But I was howling, I was crying, laughing.
All right. Well, I'm glad to have amused you. I amuse you. I'm here to amuse you.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Helen. 0345 6060 973. Marion texts, I think that bird was a pied wagtail. I texted this last week, but you never seem to read my texts. Yeah, with good reason, Marion. It's because you're wrong. No. I've just looked up a picture of a pied wagtail, and its legs aren't remotely long enough. Seriously, this bird looked like it was on stilts. Its legs were twice as long as an ordinary bird that you would think would have a body that small. It was about the size of a blue tit's body, same kind of beak, but a longer tail, like a long tit, but its legs were twice as long as normal, like it was walking around on stilts. Weirdest little thing. And it walked really quickly. Richard texts, Nick, give Brian his own show.
No.
No. He says, you're so rude to him just because he doesn't agree with your opinion. It's the other way around. He says, be nice, be kind, except other people do have different opinions. What are you, out of your mind? I'm the one that's getting picked on here. He says, I think I have seen your bird in Folkestone. Does it have longish... And then it just disappeared. Does it have longish... Where is it? Oh, a longish feathered tail. It's not unlike it. What's that then?
I don't know, is that it?
I'd have to see it from the side.
Oh, I'll try and get a side...
What is it?
I just googled long-legged bird.
Well, I spent hours Googling long-legged bird. And they just came up with cranes and flamingos and things. Not a flamingo. Not one of those. I would recognise those. Saltburn by the Sea. Where's that, Jason?
Oh, Saltburn by the Sea. the best town in the area.
Is it?
It's in North Yorkshire.
Ah. Well, then that's
absolutely beautiful here.
But it can't possibly be better than Scunthorpe.
No, it's beautiful. Honestly, Nick, it's absolutely beautiful.
Is it better than Whitby?
We're just north of Whitby, 20 miles north of Whitby.
Yes, but is it better?
Yes, because Whitby is overpopulated.
Right. With Yorkshire people, right?
No, stupid tourists from the south.
You're saying there's far too many Yorkshiremen in Whitby for your tastes. I think that's what you're saying, isn't it?
There's far too many southern people coming up to a beautiful area.
Right.
That's what the problem. Anyway, what I'm pointing to is about Donald Trump.
Oh, yes.
I know you're missing him extremely.
A little bit.
I think most of the media are as well.
Yeah. Well, I think that parts of the media are just relieved that things are relatively normal now. We're all taking a breather. Before.
But you must admit the entertainment factor was just off the scale.
Yes.
But politics is usually absolutely boring.
Yes, politics is supposed to be boring. If you want excitement, go see Mission Impossible Fallout.
Well, anyway, who do you think was the worst president ever? Everyone's saying it was Donald Trump.
Yeah, Donald Trump.
No, actually, I think it's George W. Bush.
George W. Bush.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, him.
Yes. Well, he opened Pandora's box in the Middle East.
Because
we're lapdogs to America,
did he do that? No, I'm not sure that that's true. I mean, if you want to... No, George W. He didn't open a Pandora's box in the Middle East. We did when we drew lines on a map with a ruler after the First World War.
Yeah, I just think we should have just left the Middle East alone, especially with Saddam. Saddam knew how to control his people.
Oh, God.
Come on, they're all nuts over there.
Oh, do me a favour. I mean, you wouldn't think that if you were in a basement of one of his buildings being tortured.
Yeah, I know, but that's fair enough. But look what's happened. Look what's actually happened to Iraq. And then it morphed into Libya, then Syria, and now we're getting the consequences from it because everyone
the world is a better place without Saddam insane in it.
No, I would have left him alone. I would have left the Middle East alone. Right. We would have been better off. Europe would have been better off. And I think the rest of the world would have been better off.
No, well, there's absolutely no way of determining that one way or the other. It could have been much, much worse. We could have gone through World War III by now. You've got no idea.
I disagree. I just think...
Well, it doesn't really matter whether you disagree or not. We're just making it up, Jason.
Yeah.
But I take your point about missing Donald Trump. And I have big news about Donald Trump.
And I can't stand him.
There's a picture of a bird right there. What bird is that?
I don't know that one either. It's a stock photo.
Oh, come on. You must have looked it up. What bird is it?
I'd say it's small beak, long legs.
It's a small beak, long-legged bird is the correct answer. It's not it. No, that's not it. But it's a very weird... I mean, that bird obviously knows that its picture is being taken and it's giving us a side eye. It's like, oh, yeah, who are you looking at? Don't put that back. I was enjoying that picture of that bird. There's two of them there, and one of them has bent its legs the wrong way.
Oh, yeah.
It's got very long legs. See, the problem with it is its tail isn't long enough, and it's got its body is a bit too big, and it's brown. And I don't like brown. It's grey is what we're after, and its body is smaller than that, more petite, with a great big long tail. And very, very long legs, like weirdly, bizarrely long legs. But there's... I wish I knew what that bird was, then people could look it up. It's bent its legs the wrong way. It's got long legs right enough, but it's bent them forward at the knees, and it's sitting on its knees. Foolish bird. County Durham. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I've just had a laugh the night there. They could be opening the pubs without alcohol.
What?
Apparently it's in one of the newspapers that the Tories are going to open the pubs without alcohol.
What would they want to do that for? Well, what are people going to buy in it?
Wait,
lemonade.
Well, it costs more for a soft drink than it does for an alcohol.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So I don't know where they're coming or going with that. Like,
what paper did you read that in?
I don't know. I think it was the Observer. I didn't read it.
The Observer?
It was on the press preview the night on Sky Television.
Well,
they're going to open the pubs. They're going to be dry pubs,
alcohol.
and there's going to be no alcohol.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. Why would anybody go to a pub if it doesn't serve alcohol?
And you know your bird. I've got the right idea for your bird, right?
Go on, then.
There's a lot of birds in the Tories, right? And the right make tits of themselves.
Oh my God! It's a listener with material.
Oh
no! 0345 6060 973. Tony texts, this is EU snow coming over here to disrupt our wonderful island this weekend. They'll do anything, won't they, to cause our problems? EU snow.
No!
Okay, here's this story. Pubs and restaurants could reopen as soon as April if they agree not to sell alcohol under options being discussed to allow the widespread relaxation of coronavirus restrictions after Easter. What? See, I thought that bloke was just out of his mind. Turns out he was completely correct in every respect. The Telegraph can disclose that a temporary booze ban is being considered as part of the government's roadmap for lifting lockdown, which will be unveiled on February the 22nd. They're going to pull the curtains back. It'll be an unveiling. And they're going to wait till February the 22nd because they haven't thought of what it might be yet. They've given themselves a definite date by which they have to think up what it might be. It's understood the move is being discussed to allay concerns from Professor Chris Whitty, the Chief Medical Officer, and others about the effect of drinking on social distancing. Well, then don't open the pubs then. I mean, who's going to go to a pub if it can't serve alcohol? It's like saying, well, the restaurants can open, but you can't serve food. That's right out. You can go to the football stadiums right enough, but they won't be playing a match. You can forget that. We're not even going to allow any spitting. Meanwhile, in France, you can do anything you bloomin' well like, not including going to a bar. France has rejected a third lockdown because of the economic, social and human cost. It can't be justified, said the Prime Minister of France. Prime Minister of France? Anyone? Anyone at all? At the back there? Jean Castex. Ah. Who? During a press conference on Thursday, French Prime Minister Jean Castex said stabilising new infection rates and an impending vaccine rollout means that the government can hold off from imposing new nationwide measures. You know, I was speaking to the delightful and often wrong Carol McGiffin the other day for our podcast.
Oh, right, yeah.
And she says that all the shops are open in France, is where she lives. You can marche to the magasin, achète du pain et du lait, and you can get your cheveux cut so you don't look like something out of the 1970s. In fact, the only thing you can't do in France is go to a restaurant or go out after 6. They actually have a curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. But, you know, if the bars and the restaurants aren't open, what do you want to go out for? She also, by the way, told me that it was in the 70s Fahrenheit the other day near where she lives. So I think I told her to take her south of France weather and stuff it.
What?
French Prime Minister Jean Castex said it was not the time to relax current restrictions, which include, but are not limited to, the closure of cafes and restaurants, except for take-out meals, and of large shopping centres, and tough border restrictions, especially for non-EU travel, which sounds like us, to me. Well, we don't want to go to France anyway. I mean, what have the French got that anyone would be interested in, apart from the culture and the buildings and the cities and the small towns and the countryside and the scenery and the air of chic aloofness and the bread and the cheese and the wine?
Booze.
Castex said by the end of the week, all residents in care homes who want to be vaccinated will have received their first jab. He also said that France would stick to a 3 to 4 week lag between the first and the second inoculations for the Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna vaccines, instead of lengthening the gap in order to get more people vaccinated, like some other countries are doing. Is he talking about us?
Yes.
Castex even went so far as to call the move dangerous to spread out the time between the first and the second jab, even though few scientific studies have been conducted on extending the dose period for the Pfizer jab. And the French Prime Minister reaffirmed the government's target of vaccinating everybody over 65 by the end of May, and all adults by the end of the summer, which sounds pretty much like what we're doing, don't it? But in a much bigger country. So there's that. This says, I thought I'd let you know that for some reason, out of the blue, I started mimicking the way you say, listen to me, with my 3-year-old. And it's genuinely working for some reason. She stops talking. Cheers, mate. You're welcome. Every day, in every way, I'm helping more and more. That's true, isn't it?
No.
This says, do the people in England not realise that the vaccine is not really effective until every nation receives the vaccine, so England hoarding it defeats the purpose? No, they most certainly do not recognise that as a fact. But it's true. Unless everybody gets the vaccine, then we will never be safe. We will never be safe. Because unless everybody gets the vaccine, then the vaccine is going to stick around and it's going to mutate. And we must be frightened of mutations, because eventually one of them is going to come our way that will skip lightly by the vaccine that we've got. I don't think we're out of the blue yet. Out of the blue. No, not the blue. Out of the mire yet. I think there's going to be not that this is based on anything at all other than fatalism. Just me being
negative.
Yeah, I just think we've got off relatively lightly so far. I know that does sound a bit weird in the context of what's happening, but it could have been much, 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 much worse, and still could be. Oh, won't it be marvellous if we could actually go and reclaim what passes for a normal life by the time that the weather gets nice? Wouldn't that be great? And then all we'll need is a great, great summer. Because if we get to go outside and this summer is cold and wet, well, that would be just the giddy limit. Trucker T texts, meanwhile, it's packed in the supermarkets, but I can't go for a pint in the pub when it opens. Yeah, there's lots of anomalies. Let's call that an anomaly. 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 Everybody sing. Yeah, where were people going this evening? There was nothing open, and yet the roads were as jammed as they ever are, when we used to have a life. That's mystifying. You can call me Mr. Fide. I don't know. No, because when we're in the first lockdown, there was no one out, as in at all. It was like a sci-fi film. Scary it was. The streets were utterly deserted, and the closer you got to the centre of town, the quieter it got. But there's just boatloads of people. It was practically a traffic jam getting into the centre of town. Where's everybody going?
What the hell is going on?
There's a lack of marijuana in Jamaica, apparently.
Want to score some pot?
An official described it thus. Oh, and Donald Trump's not going to get his secret briefing. Well, he didn't read them when he was president. He's not going to read them now. Too many words, Donny.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Yeah, sure you do. Donald Trump has resigned from the Screen Actors Guild ahead of a disciplinary meeting over his membership in the wake of the riots at the Capitol building. They were going to discipline him, cane his gigantic orange nethers they were.
Don't be rude.
Trump wrote, I write to you today regarding the so-called disciplinary committee aimed at revoking my union membership. Who cares? He said. Yeah, who cares?
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
The letter was addressed to the Screen Actors Guild president, Gabrielle Carteris. They were going to chuck him out because of, everything. And so before they chucked him out, he threw himself out. The letter addressed to the Screen Actors Guild president said, "While I'm not familiar with your work," this is Trump writing, "while not familiar with your work, I'm very proud of my work on movies such as Home Alone 2 and Zoolander and Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps, and television shows including The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Saturday Night Live, and of course one of the most successful shows in television history, The Apprentice, to name just a few." Really? You're very proud of that, Donny? A walk-on part in some films? At least one of which you wangled because it was a condition for them filming in one of the hotels with your name on. And you had one line. And you even screwed that up by looking into the camera.
Don't talk to me that way. I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
Home Alone 2, he had one line. Couldn't even do that right. Yeah, and as for The Apprentice, that's the reason that he managed to fool a nation into thinking that he was a successful businessman. Because he played one on television. It was an act. He's been a failure in pretty much everything he's ever done.
I've been successful in every business I've been in.
The union, the Screen Actors Guild, accused him of violating the union's sacred rules of democracy, truth, and respect. These are actors. And this is in the wake of the deadly siege in Washington on January the 6th. Commenting on Trump's resignation letter, the Screen Actors Guild only said, "Thank you." As in, we appreciate you leaving.
Thank you.
Yeah, before we had to throw you out. The board voted overwhelmingly that Trump violated membership guidelines. This was going to be a disciplinary hearing scheduled for next week. But Trump, who'd been a member of the Screen Actors Guild since 1989 and is said to still earn money from his acting credits, said the union had done nothing for him. He went on to boast about greatly helping the dying cable news platforms, creating thousands of jobs at networks such as MSNBC and fake news, CNN, among many others. He created jobs in the news media by being a continuous 4-year-long car crash. I don't think you get any points for that. No extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
No points, Donny. 0 points. The Screen Actors Guild said Donald Trump attacked the values that this union holds most sacred: democracy, truth, respect for our fellow Americans of all races and faiths, and the sanctity of the free press. They said there's a straight line from his wanton disregard for the truth and the attacks on journalists perpetrated by his followers. And the unfortunate truth is, this individual's words and actions over the past 4 years, Trump's, have presented actual harm to our broadcast members, said the Screen Actors Guild. They said the board's resolution addresses this effort to undermine the freedom of the press and reaffirms the principles on which our democratic society rests and which we must all work to protect and preserve. Well, you know what? They could have said something sooner. But I suppose it's best to keep your head down when a toddler with a temper and an ability to hurt you is lumbering about picking fights. I mean, people are still frightened of this guy, as though they're dealing with somebody who's in the mafia.
Absolutely.
Trump was impeached for a second time. It's a record, and charged with incitement of insurrection over the deadly mob siege of the Capitol. And he's guilty as sin. But the Republicans have no spine, no morals, and no purpose in life outside acquiring power to reduce the tax burden on millionaires. So they've already decided to acquit him. It's like that Peter Cook sketch when he was spoofing a judge. They will retire carefully to consider their verdict of not guilty. Still not missing you, Donny. I mean, I can get away for the rest of my life without hearing from you again. I think I'll be quite comfortable with that.
Oh, shut up!
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Leeds. Elisa.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. First of all, I just want to say that I love listening to your show every weekend.
Oh, thanks.
Me and my mum always listen to it together.
Hello, Mum.
She's not here. She's gone to bed tonight.
Okay.
Because she's working early in the morning.
Ah, well, pass on my wishes.
I will do. Usually we listen together, and it's really great just at the end of every week.
Thanks.
However tough it's been.
Yes.
It's nice. I'm probably too young to be listening to you. My friends...
How old are you?
I'm 24.
24 years old? That's not too young to be listening to me.
I feel old. My friends probably wouldn't tune in.
You feel old at 24. You got plenty of time to feel old later. Feel young now.
I feel very old.
Okay, then.
Anyway, the first thing I wanted to say was that I feel like that you must pay Brian to call in. You must do. You just must.
I would pay Brian a lot of money to not call in. I don't think he'd take it.
It's so frequent, though.
Yeah, he is nothing but frequent. Yeah, you got that right. Over
I feel like
I
feel like there's some sort of contract going on that he's secretly getting paid by you.
Right.
To just be entertaining and just call in all the time.
Yeah, I mean, my heart virtually explodes out of my chest with stress when that man calls. You think I would want to bring that upon myself?
You see, I always like it. I get excited because it's entertaining.
Oh, well, that's nice. My pain is amusing to you.
Yes.
Right, well, I'll keep it up then, I suppose.
Please do.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. On the whole Brexit debate.
Yeah.
Do you think that I'm a bad person for just always having the... do you think I'm a bad person for always having the viewpoint that it's just old, uneducated people who voted for Brexit? And I'm open to being corrected on that, but that's just been my opinion all the time.
Right. Well, let's get an old, uneducated person to call in. Oh, no, we've had one already.
I mean, in the majority.
Yeah. Well, you may think that, Eliza. I couldn't possibly comment. How does that sound?
I think that sounds a little bit too politically correct.
A little bit too politically correct. What does your mum say?
My mum agrees with me, actually.
Oh, right.
And she's old. Compared to me, she's very old. She's in her 50s.
Oh, my God. She's lucky to be alive. 50 years old? Good grief.
She's getting on. She actually wants to be in a care home, though. She said she's looking forward to it. She just wants to be done with life and go to the care home and just
maybe she wants to be done with you. Did you think of that?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Elisa. Say hi to your mum for me. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. That wasn't controversial, was it?
No.
Old and uneducated, you say? This says, do the people in England not realise that the vaccine is not really effective until every nation receives the vaccine, so England hoarding it defeats the purpose? I think I've read that. I'm repeating myself now. Paul texts, the Isle of Man seems to have found an answer to lower COVID cases. We're now following what other countries have been doing for most of the year, quarantine and testing. Oh, hang on. Also, we're not bringing in a mandatory hotel quarantine until February the 15th. Why? I don't know. It's always with the delays. We're going to do something. We just thought of something tremendously smart to do. We'll do it later. Ain't that right, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You know, just any time you feel it's fit. Just as long as you're following the science. Ain't that right? Quarantine and testing. How's that going, by the way?
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
David in Hampstead says, I've just invented a solution for reopening the pubs. Masks with built-in straws that have a little clip to open and close them. That just seems like a ridiculous idea. You're going to open the pubs? No, not your idea, David. That's completely sensible in every regard. Masks with straws, you say? They're going to open pubs, but not allow them to serve alcohol. I mean, what kind of an idiot would come up with an idea like that?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Boris. It wasn't Gavin, was it? We've got great ideas. I think that we have the best ideas of any country. Ain't that right, Gavin?
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country. Much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
Every single one of them. What's he in charge of again? This says, you obviously don't agree with free speech, free opinions and democracy. Because unless you hold a liberal, progressive worldview, there seems to be no chance of having your opinion heard anymore. How, as a journalist, do you square that circle? Well, I'm not a journalist. So there's that. What the hell is going on now in Britain? Oh, God, this constant cloaking yourself in victimhood. What are you talking about? The right wing don't have a voice? Are you out of your mind? And what's wrong with being progressive, by the way? Or liberal, small l? Like, that's a bad thing now. You would prefer regressive. Unless you hold a liberal, progressive worldview. See, those are good things. Unless you're so steeped in victimhood that you think that you don't have a voice. Like the right wing in this country don't have a voice. You know, apart from the Daily Telegraph and the Daily Mail and the Sun and the Express and the Sunday versions of all of those papers. Shall I go on? The Times. All of the best-selling papers that we have are right-wing. When people say stuff like that, oh, we're being squashed. Nobody can from the right is allowed to say anything. What they mean is they once heard something from the left, and they flipped their wig because what they actually demand is only hearing opinions that coincide with their own. Any opinion that does not coincide with their own means that they have no freedom of speech at all. 99% is not enough. If it's 99%, then they are being abused by the 1%. It must be 100% agreement, otherwise they whine like a baby. You have no chance of your opinion being heard anymore. Have you read the Daily Mail? You mean on this show? Well, I'm sorry, my anonymous texter. What possible importance does this show hold for you? Or anybody? This is a show in which I play cow noises. This is the show that's so important to you. You must have only opinions that agree with your own. Otherwise, you feel you're being abused.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Is it you, Donny? Are you texting me, Donny? Pete texts, your bird is a house martin. Check with that bloke who does spring, summer, autumn and winter watch on BBC Two. I most certainly will do nothing of the sort. Show me a picture of a house martin.
Of a what, sorry?
A house martin. Show me a picture of a house martin. I bet it's not it. Clackety, clackety, clack, 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 clackety, clackety, clack.
No, it's tiny legs.
Well, show me a picture.
There you go.
Where?
at the top.
At the top. Oh. Good grief, that's not... That has short, stubby, fat legs like Ernie Wise. What are you talking about? Long legs. Long, elongated legs. Etoliated.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Like him. Like a stork. Like a swizzle stick with a hat on. You know, like that bloke. Durham. Hello, Paul.
Hi there, Nick.
Paul.
Nick, you're doing my brain in. I've been listening since 10 o'clock. We have spoken before. It's coming across very black and white, like anti-EU, it's awful, EU wonderful. I voted Remain with a heavy heart. I was umming and ahhing which way to vote and all the rest of it. In the end, I voted with Remain on the basis we could improve it from the inside. But it's not that simple. I mean, hate or love Boris Johnson. I certainly don't love him. At least somebody voted for him. Who voted for von der Leyen and all the rest of it? We're bad, they're rubbish. Or we're rubbish, they're bad. It's just coming across so black and white.
Are you kidding me? Are we still having the argument that the European Union is unelected? Oh my God, it's been years and years, and you've learnt nothing, Paul. Zero. Not one single syllable of argument has actually penetrated your mind. And you voted Remain in the first place. I am stunned.
I did. But it's all coming across the same thing. It's the same with the vaccine. Oh, well, you know, it's this, it's that, and it's just doing my head in. So I had to vote. I had to phone and tell you because normally I just shout at the radio.
Okay, so you had to vote. You had to call in and tell me that the European Union is unelected. It's an it's an institution that is unelected. Is that your position?
It's not very good.
It's not very good.
Yeah.
Define not very good.
Useless.
That's not a definition. That's just another word for it. What is not very good?
Just not.
See, you're just giving me another word for, as opposed to telling me what it is that you mean. But you can't tell me what it is that you mean because you don't know. You hadn't actually thought that far. You just thought, oh, they're bad, and then you clapped your hands together, congratulated yourself on coming up with a cogent argument, and then didn't think about it for another second. But thanks for the call. Graham in Rochester says, the guy who said his view can't be heard and then got read out by you on national radio, his head must have just imploded from the irony. No! I very much doubt that. He would have just taken me disagreeing with him as another nail in the coffin of free speech. Because what they do not want is free speech. They want complete agreement. 100% of the time, all the time, forever. And if they don't get it, then they're being abused. That's their position. I mean, when people call up and say, you know, it's just you and James O'Brien, doesn't that say something to you? Doesn't it say that in every other show they hear opinions that they agree with? It's like people who write for the Daily Mail complaining about the power of the Guardian. The little old Guardian. There's more people employed to write the Guardian than read the Guardian. And they're still whining that it's got so much power. It's got zero power. What they mean is not 100% of British media is right-wing. There's a tiny sliver that isn't, and they want it removed. Otherwise, they feel like they're being abused. Well, here's a piece of advice.
Stop whining.
How about stop whining? Let's have Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Oh, yes. Hi, Nick. Good evening, Nick.
Jan.
Yes, I've got back to you. I'm hoping my monstrous tweeting bird alarm isn't going to annoy you. I've come far away from it, though it's still there. I called you last week about. I think I identified your bird.
Right. Well, let's go over. Well, hang on. Before we go any further, let's see. There it is.
No. I've come far away. I've come away. He's attracted a little bird that sings to him throughout the night.
No, you're talking about your fire alarm.
It's a smoke alarm in my kitchen, but I've closed all the other doors.
Yeah.
And I've come into the other room, so I'm just speaking to you on my mobile.
Okay, but
So
wait a minute. Your fire alarm is
smoke alarm.
It's the same blooming thing. It's beeping at you because the battery's running out.
Yeah, the battery's run out. I know. I'm grateful for your help. I'm grateful for you. I'm going to get it. I won't rip it out the ceiling, but I'll get it. I found some instructions on what to do.
But this is a week later. How long has it been beeping at you? How long?
To tell you the truth, I've discovered there's a little bird. It's attracted a little bird.
No doubt. Yeah. But how long has it been beeping at you?
Oh, I don't like to say. Too long.
More than a week?
Oh, yes.
More than a month? More than a month?
What?
Your fire alarm has been beeping at you for more than a month.
I get into trouble if someone identifies me and says, oh, she's putting herself at risk by not having a fire alarm.
But do you live in a house or a flat?
Flat.
Well, not only are you putting yourself at risk.
No, it's linked to the other alarms. It's all right, it's not putting anyone else at risk. It's linked to the other alarms. All the alarms are linked up. So I'm not...
So wait a minute. All of the alarms are beeping?
No.
Just yours?
It's linked. It's linked. Just the one in the kitchen. It's just linked. But it can sometimes be temperamental and go off even if there's a bit of steam from the kettle.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, though, is it? Because it's been beeping at you for a month now. And you're just completely ignoring it. How can you ignore that noise? It's the most annoying... It's annoying for a reason. It's to make you shut it up.
Nick, you know how people go into... I could never understand how people can sit and work on their laptops in Cafe Nero's or Starbucks.
No, I can't understand that.
It's very noisy.
Well, I suppose so.
But they do.
But this is different.
And they do know their
Yes,
work.
they do, but it's different. See, that you're talking about a background hubbub, which is something that you can just tune out. But that beeping from your smoke alarm is... wait a minute. It's designed specifically to be annoying. And you're ignoring it. How are you doing that?
I guess it takes well, just like people do, like you have a screaming child in the next room and you have to get on with things. Listen, can I tell you what I think your bird is?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, so I've been doing. You've got me on I'm very interested in birds, and I found out a lot about birds since listening to your program. It's been quite a revelation. But I think, because I've been supporting the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds.
The Royal Society for the Prevention of Birds.
No, protection of birds. They do a lot of research, and they usually have a survey every year.
Oh, yeah.
They've done it this year for people to
count your birds. Yeah.
Survey, and then they collate all the from all around the British Isles and link up with around the world to see what's happening with climate change. So they do great work.
Yeah.
So you may just before you may have actually had a rare sighting of something, but I'll give you what I think your bird is.
I think it is a rare sighting because I have spent literally hours scrolling through hundreds and hundreds of. Listen to me. Through hundreds and hundreds of pictures on the internet trying to find this bird, and people have been suggesting, just thousands of suggestions have come in, and it isn't any of them.
Yeah, but mine is different.
Right, go on then.
So, I think I've written it down so I couldn't get it. So I've identified your bird. I think it's probably one of several fast-running ground cuckoos.
Cuckoos?
Yeah, one of several fast-running ground cuckoos on the loose in the UK that, since being secretly brought into the UK from Mexico or Canada, has found a way to mutate and disguise its striking looks to avoid capture.
A cuckoo?
No. There are two types of cuckoos.
Yeah.
Two types of road-running birds in the world.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit cuckoo, Jan. So I've got to go. Now you're going to have to leave that with me. I'll look it up because I'm past the news. But I think cuckoo is just about right. A little bit, yeah. Get that smoke alarm fixed. How can you stand it? There's a picture of is that a cuckoo?
It's a cuckoo.
That's what a cuckoo looks like.
Sorry?
That is what a cuckoo looks like.
Yes, like a pigeon.
Well, exactly. It's like a pigeon in disguise. I'm surprised. I mean, I've never seen a cuckoo, but it's like a pigeon. How do you know that is a cuckoo?
Because it says it on the internet.
So the internet. Oh, well, the internet's always right. There's another one. And that's a huge bird. That's not what I'm talking about. It's tiny body, small beak, very, very long legs. That's got stumpy, short legs. No, that woman didn't know what she was talking about. Plus, get that smoke alarm fixed. How can you stand living with that? That would drive me absolutely round the twist. I mean, just living with it for like half an hour when one of those things starts going off. Like if you've got one in every room, because they all start. I'm sure we had this conversation last week. They all start at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and so you're dragged out of bed in a virtual coma state. And first of all, you've got to try and find where it is. And you have to go and stand underneath it. And it seems to take forever in between beeps. And every single beep just sends every fibre in your being on edge. And you never know when it's going to come. It's like having the hiccups. And you think, oh, they've got on. And it would just drive me mad. And the amount of times I wanted to take a hammer to one of those things, because you can't get it open, you can't prise it open. You've got to go on the internet to figure out how it is, what's special a way that there's like a krypton factor trying to get into one of those things. And I swear, the electrician that put the ones in my old house, I wanted to kill him. Because you had to put this particular one, you had to put a screwdriver in the side of it to release a clip, and then the top would come off. Every single one is different. Why they make it difficult, I have no idea. Why would you make something like that difficult? It should be easy. Press a button, it releases the lid, the cap, whatever you want to call it, and then you replace the battery. Problem solved. But do they do that?
No.
No, they make it as difficult as they possibly can. There is no more difficult thing to open other than a bank vault that you come across in an ordinary everyday business. So I found myself at 3 o'clock in the morning on the internet, putting in the serial number of this thing, trying to download instructions to try and figure out how it is to make it stop going beep. And then I find out that this is the one that you got to put a screwdriver in the side of it. And my genius electrician had put the thing so close to the wall and twisted it in such a way that the orifice that you stick a screwdriver into was facing the wall about an inch away. So it was physically impossible to put a screwdriver in it without knocking a hole in the wall. If he'd been living next door, I'd have paid him a visit. Anthony in Greenwich texts, if you walked in on the EU sleeping with your wife, you would give it a cigarette and make it a cup of tea. Well, that's just good manners.
Be polite!
Peter in Pontefract texts, everyone in the EU Commission is elected. I didn't say that. Could you give me a tiny clue as to who stood against Ursula von der Leyen, please? More fake news from Nick Abbott. Oh my God, you people have learnt nothing. I didn't say everyone in the EU Commission is elected, but it is more democratic than the system that we got in this country, that's for sure. Where the party, a minority party now has complete control. How democratic is that? They didn't even get 50% of the votes. The parties that were allied against the Conservatives got more votes, but all of those votes, over 50% of the population's votes, counted for nothing. Zero. How is that democratic? That's not democratic. That's the opposite of democracy. Cardiff. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Nick.
Dave.
How are you?
Good.
I wish I could say I enjoy your show, but I find it more frustrating than anything.
Why listen?
I don't know.
Well, you must enjoy it then, unless there's something wrong with you.
I suppose. I like the idea of mask with straws.
Well, I'm glad. Anything else?
Yeah, well, I was going to point out or mention, how a good example of Brexit is the getting rid of the tampon tax.
Oh,
which should have been easy.
A favour. It was about what, 1p per tampon?
Yeah, but it's the principle.
No, it's not.
Really.
It's the penny. It's not the principle. It's the penny, Dave. If you saw a penny on the pavement, would you stoop down to pick it up?
If I was hard up on cash, yeah, I would.
Nobody. If you'd have to be homeless to pick up a penny, what are you going to do with a penny? You can't buy a penny chew with a penny.
Yeah,
the tampon tax. Do me a favour. It's like about 12 quid a year. That's all you could come up with? You've been waiting on hold for 46 minutes, and that's all you could come up with? God, that is desperate. But thanks for your précis on the show so far. If you start out with an insult, then you aren't going to last very long. I mean, this is that's a life lesson right there. Rob says, you got some broadband yet? You were still using Zora's dongle. Well, I did have broadband. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I did my download and upload speeds. And my download speed was 0.9 megabits a second. And my upload speed was 0.01 megabits a second.
What?
Yeah. It is like going back to... I'm sure Stone Age Man had better internet connection than I have. I just don't understand it. Let's have Ealing. Anthony.
Hello, Nick. Well, I wish I could listen to you and Carol. I always enjoyed Carol, but I don't have the internet. So that's put pay to that, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
I think Carol used to come from Maidstone. Ask her.
Maidstone
in Kent. Yeah, I know it very well.
What do you know about it? What do you know about it?
Well, I business making because I come from Surrey, just along the recently along the A25. I like that's my area, along the North Downs. I know that area pretty well.
Your patch?
Yes, that is where I was born, and that's where I come from. I don't come from London. I don't like London. It's too crowded.
Huh?
Heathrow. I don't like Heathrow.
Well, no one likes Heathrow. No one likes Heathrow. I mean, you don't. It's not a destination in and of itself. You go to Heathrow in order to go somewhere else.
But I've got stuck up here, and I wish I had all these troubles you're talking about individual places where you've got fire alarms, because I'm stuck in a building which is a block.
Oh,
and we
you're
don't have that.
Stuck up. Right. I misheard what you said, but you said you're stuck up here.
Yes, I'm stuck up here because I don't have the sort of salaries you have at LBC or you rich middle class with your
Anthony, you live in Ealing. It couldn't get more posh than Ealing. Are you joking?
Yes. No, not my part, because I'm part in a block, which has got a variety of people in. I don't like it. I haven't got a garden. I used to be in a bed sit where I had my garden. Mm-hmm. I don't like this area at all. And there's not only posh people. There's lots of other people. The poor people being mainly ethnic minorities. And before you say I'm a racist, I don't dislike all ethnic minorities. But the point is, I've never had enough salary on my own to have a mortgage like you got. We know you've got a place.
I haven't got a mortgage.
Oh, well, that's because you earn a lot of money with LBC. Even better, isn't it? That's fantastic.
I'm a renter, just like you. Anyway, what's this got to do with anything?
Well, the point is, you probably was able to choose where you wanted to live. You don't tell us a lot about yourself.
Anthony, what does this have to do with anything? Is there a point?
It has to do with the fact that I don't have... Being in the block, we've got all sorts of alarms that go off and things winking at me from the ceiling now, which I have no control about. You were talking about, you know, these fire alarms and that. We've got all sorts of junk.
Yeah.
And that was which I'm not in control of.
Winking at you from the ceiling.
Disgusting.
Yes.
Yeah, there's loads of stuff on the ceiling winking at me.
Yeah, I bet. In your dreams.
And it's not under my control.
Right.
And I wish it was, because it would mean I was a renter or even got my own place, even better. But it meant that I would have some control, because I'm part of a block and all that is controlled by somebody else or by the system. And I don't like it.
It's controlled by the system.
Yeah, the system of this rubbish property company that owns this building, who I also don't like, because I'm a left-winger. I'm far more left-wing than you.
If you say so.
I'm a communist.
Okay, well, that's great. How's that whole communism thing working out for you?
Well,
badly.
I must say that there's different kinds of being left-wing. I wouldn't vote for the Labour Party because their sort of communism is Marxist-Leninist, which I don't approve of at all.
Well, they're not communists at all.
Well, some of them are. They're too middle class, so they don't know what's going on anyway.
I don't think communism has ever been tried in any country at any time.
Russia. They only know Russia.
It wasn't. Russia was not run on communist principles. It was a kleptocracy.
Let me correct you. Communism was tried in Italy in the 1920s.
I don't think so.
Well, I know, because I know what I'm talking about. Because
I don't think so. I'm talking about actual real-life communism, not some political system that was described as communism.
Well, what do you think of Russia? I don't like that kind of communism. This is the sort of communism that
Russia doesn't look like communist at all. Never did.
Well, you and I agree.
I mean, if the riches were distributed evenly among the people, then maybe. But obviously they weren't.
It's pretty horrible, isn't it, Russia?
Yeah, and Ealing too, I heard. Thanks, Anthony, for whatever that was. Let's have a call in Bolton. Hello, Ken.
Hello.
Ken.
Hi. I'm just calling from previous caller where they were talking about the smoke alarm situation.
Yes.
Well, mine haven't been fitted.
Huh?
Well, they've not been fitted in my flat.
Where are they?
In my flat in Bolton. Not fitted. I don't blame electricians for it.
Well, now, what do you mean they haven't been fitted? They're just lying about the place.
Well, when they were terminating, they weren't terminating in the right ones. You've got the live, the neutral, and you've got the connection between the extension ones. The extension ones were not fitted.
Oh, right. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Well, of course, because you were slagging off electricians earlier.
Yes.
What do you expect?
Are you an electrician?
No.
Oh.
But I do respect the profession. I do support the profession.
You're electrician adjacent.
Yes.
Here's my problem with electricians. They go out of their way to do the wrong thing. Then it's not a coincidence. They do it over and over and over again.
Are you discussing domestic electricians or commercial or industrial electricians?
What's the difference?
The domestic ones are the ones that come to your house.
Yes.
The commercial ones come to your business. The industrial ones work in factories or on proper installations.
Right. Well, I don't own a factory, but I have employed electricians before in a residential scenario.
Were they JIB certified?
What does that mean?
Joint Industry Board. It's the cert card that a lot of electricians should have.
Oh, well, probably. I've got no idea.
We should have checked.
Almost certainly.
Don't blame all electricians for your lack of diligence.
It's not my fault, it's their fault for being electricians. Why are they all like that? They deliberately,
like that,
they most certainly are. They deliberately,
I knew a guy who wasn't like that.
They deliberately go out of their way to do the wrong thing and then blame you for it.
No, I've never had that.
Absolutely.
Okay, cite one example where they've done that.
I would be delighted.
Go ahead then.
If there's a light, if you're looking at two lights in a room, and one's on the left and one's on the right, and you ask for a switch for each light, they will put the switch on the right to work the light on the left, and the switch on the left to work the light on the right. Explain that to me, I double dare you.
You employed somebody who's incompetent. You didn't check if they had JIB cards.
It's got nothing to do with JIB cards. We're talking about common sense here.
I don't know where you're getting... What region of country do you live in?
Never mind about that. The electricians are the same wherever you go, surely.
No, they're not.
They're not regional.
If you did that on an industrial system, you'd have one case where the clamp would be going on somebody's hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Versus one on somebody else.
Precisely.
But that doesn't happen.
It must do.
It wasn't, because you test it.
Here's another example. You can have a room followed by another room, like a cloakroom, followed by the toilet, and there'll be two switches on the wall. And the near switch will work the far room, and the far switch will work the near room.
Do you keep employing the same electrician? Because this just doesn't seem to be a case of all electricians do this.
Nonsense.
This just seems to be a case that you seem to be re-employing the same electrician who does a terrible job.
Incorrect. In every respect. These were completely different electricians, and they all electricians are the bloomin' same. You know that that's true.
No, I don't. I'm not convinced by that, because you're the only person giving me evidence of that.
I think that you are secretly an electrician, Ken.
Okay, I admit it. Yes, I am an electrician.
Aha! Guilty! You must spend all day long trying to... You must spend all day long trying to figure out how to screw over your customers. That's correct, isn't it?
Not really, no. I do a good job, I get paid, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. You get paid, but yeah, you require pay before you do the job, and then they'll never see you again.
Nope, I get paid on the milestones in the project.
Milestones?
If I do first fix, and then I follow by the further installation where I put the sockets on, something like that.
Yeah.
I have milestones in which I have to complete for payment.
Right. Yeah. Well, that sounds like how you do building work. Yes. But,
exactly.
But when's the part where you screw over your customers? When does that happen?
It doesn't. I don't have any margin to play with that.
Right. Well, if you say so, Ken, leave us your number, and if I ever need any work in the future, then I absolutely will not call. How does that sound?
Well, I'm not an electrician. I'm an accountant.
An accountant? He's an accountant!
No!
Right.
Like the time I rang in on the same show, LBC, claiming to be an accountant.
It just gets worse and worse. He does numbers for a living. How very interesting.
Boring!
He counts up numbers for a living. Can you imagine that?
No.
Sam in Bushy says, good news on your bird identification quest. There are only 10,000 species of bird. Lots have already been eliminated. Yeah, I think we've eliminated about 30. So I make that 9,970 to go.
Oh, no.
I wish I'd never seen the blooming thing. This says, I think your bird could be a long-legged pipit. No? Close-ish. I think it's a little. The body is a bit too big. Its beak is a bit too long, and its legs aren't long enough, and it's the wrong colour. But apart from that,
let's get back to it.
I love that. Because of the weather, the train company South Eastern Railway, which serves Kent, has already announced that many routes will be closed tomorrow with no alternative transport provided. It's been cancelled for your convenience. Bus replacement service is the worst phrase in the English language. But you won't hear that because there is no replacement service.
Affirmative.
Kent. I think there's something particularly wrong with Kent. I'll come to that in great detail later on. Pubs will not be allowed to reopen in April unless serving alcohol can be accommodated under social distancing rules. Anybody have any idea what that means?
No.
How can you serve alcohol under social distancing rules? Take your own long straw. The Prime Minister, every now and again, it does hit me like a ball to the face that this man is actually our Prime Minister.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Can you believe that? He's due to unveil his long-awaited roadmap to freedom on February the 22nd, or as sooner, if he can think it up. As soon as he thinks up something, he's going to let us know. It'll probably have something to do with contact tracing.
Contact tracing. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it. Tory backbenchers want Tory backbenchers want a major easing of restrictions. They're saying, get on with it, man. Have some backbone. We're losing money here. Scientists, on the other hand, are urging caution. They're saying, don't do it, Boris. It ain't worth it. Who to listen to? Who's got your best interests at heart? A government source said a booze ban on pubs between April and May was being considered to stop social distancing slipping. So pubs could open, but not for the reason that anybody goes there.
Booze.
But in other news, a senior government source said that an alcohol ban in pubs was not on the cards. The government seems to be in two minds. Almost as though they're just throwing ideas out there to see which ones get the most positive response from us poor dopes who pay taxes. They said, we're not going to open pubs that can't sell booze. What would be the point of that? Well, it would make as much sense as anything else they've done so far. Miss emergency meetings, disband the government body that deals with pandemics, hive off billions in contracts for medical kit to friends and party donors who had no idea what they were doing apart from making a killing, spend £28 billion on a test and trace system that doesn't work a year later, when South Korea started one in about 10 days for threepence halfpenny a year ago. Works perfectly. And they waited till the virus was safely in the country before testing at the border, and they reopened the schools for one day, locking down too late, over and over and over again, encouraged us to eat out, which didn't help out. Shall I go on?
No.
And now they're thinking of opening pubs and axing the 10 p.m. curfew, along with an end for requirements, along with an end to the requirement for drinkers to order a substantial meal with alcohol. So yummy. And would anyone like to guess what will happen then, when they open the pubs and axe the curfew, and everybody gets all hugger-mugger? Can anybody guess what's going to happen then? Anybody at all? Hands in the air? You, sir? You? Almost 11 million people have had their first shot of the vaccine, and the R rate is now below 1, they say. Well, it depends on which hour of the day they say it, I suppose. How do they know that, though? How do they know that? How do they know what the R rate is? How do they figure that out? They just wet their finger and stick it in the air. I wouldn't be surprised. They just dream it up. Oh, what shall it be today? Oh, I don't know. 0.7? Yeah, that sounds about right. 0.7. Write it on a piece of paper and throw it out the window. Almost 11 million people have had their first shot of the vaccine. R rate is now below 1, so they say. Ministers are facing mounting calls to flesh out exactly how they intend to lift restrictions. And the obvious problem with that is that we've been here before. I'm going to do mental arithmetic on the radio.
Oh, no.
11 million people with about 70% protection level from one vaccine jab, right? So that's 11 million people have had a jab, not two, one. 70% protection. That means about 3 million people who've had the shot already are still potentially going to get it. Are you with me so far?
No.
And as they are the most vulnerable, the death rate of that group who get the invisible menace is about 11%. That means that even with getting the first vaccine, if we all get let out, possibly 300,000 of the most vulnerable will still die if they get exposed to it. If I'm getting any of this wrong, then please correct me. We did the exact same thing last time. We waited till the infection rate went down, and then we all ran back out again for a mass hug-a-thon. And then the infection rate goes back up again, and then we all get sent back inside again.
Oh, no.
And that age range of those inoculated is important, because vaccinating the younger won't have that much effect on death rates. It's 11.6% infection fatality ratio in those over 75, which, by the way, is much worse in this country than it is in our neighbours in the EU. It's way more here than it is in, say, Spain. Why is that, then? I can't remember the exact number, but it's about 8% fatality rate in those over 75 in Spain. It's 11.6% here. Isn't that weird? Strange. Anyway, 3.1%, 11% over 75, and then it plummets. Between the ages of 65 and 74, it's a 3.1% fatality rate. And then between the ages of 45 and 64, it's 0.5. See how far it goes down so quick? And then 0.03% in those under 44. So it's the law of diminishing returns with the rollout. You see, the first group, the ill and the over 75s, that's the one that's going to have the biggest effect. And even then, we're in for what could be 1/3 of a million deaths if the effectiveness of one jab is 70%. And that's assuming that they all get it. Oh, which they won't. They will have read on the internet that, you know Bill Gates? Bill! Yeah, he wants to inject a microchip into you. That's why they've invented this plandemic. Wake up, sheeple. So say everybody gets the vaccine twice, and that's 90% effective, and by some miracle, 90% of the population gets the vaccine. That's still 10% who don't take it, 6 million people, and they're only going to be protected if we all keep staying apart from each other. These are numbers, figures. This is a statistics.
Boring.
I've switched off already. How about you? I mean, I don't like to be the voice of doom, but it's hard to see how we can swiftly vault out of this to safety. Explain it to me. And that doesn't even count mutants. There's going to be mutants. Mutants. On the prospect of mutants, Clive Dix, who is actually called that, it's not a name I've just made up, Clive Dix is his real name, chairman of the UK Vaccine Task Force, he said, oh no. No, he didn't say that. He said, asked whether there would be a mutation that could escape the current vaccines on offer. He said, of course. Of course?
What?
Can't you sugarcoat it for us? Of course. What kind of an answer is that? Mark Harper, who chairs the Conservative Lockdown Skeptic COVID Recovery Group, the not the ERG, the CRG, he said that after the most vulnerable have had their jabs, we should get let out. He said these top 9 groups account for about 99% of those that have died from COVID and about 80% of hospital admissions. He said it would be impossible to justify having any restrictions in place at all by that point, as in after the top 9 groups get a vaccine squirted in them. But, and it's a huge giant wobbling but, fresh modelling from a Professor Neil Ferguson, Captain Doom, has warned of a possible extra 130,000 deaths by June 2022, which, fact fans, is next year. And it could be more than that. 130 to 167,000 extra deaths if we all get let out. In a video message posted to Twitter last night, Boris Johnson confirmed that he would be outlining his roadmap later this month, but remained tight-lipped on the specifics. He doesn't seem like the tight-lipped type, does he? Either literally or figuratively. Slack-jawed, more like. No offence. A video message posted to Twitter. God, they're like 2 peas in a pod, aren't they? Him and You know who.
Oh, shut up!
The Tangerine Scream. He confirmed, did Boris, that he would be outlining his roadmap later this month. He remained tight-lipped on the specifics because he has no idea what they are yet. Government sources revealed a range of proposals is being considered, with much of the attention focused on how to reopen the nation's pubs. Yeah, that's right, alcohol. That'll solve all of our problems. Are there any Tory donors called Tony that run pub chains? Just curious. Wouldn't restaurants be a better place to start than pubs? Or gyms, for crying out loud? Or barbers, hairdressers, shops? Even non-essential shops are essential to the people that run them. Pubs were dying out in this country anyway. What do we want to save them for? They were shutting at a rate before any of this happened. People are turning their backs on pubs. We don't want pubs. We don't want to be that bloke standing at the bar, boring on, leaning over a pint of warm bilge water.
I'm a nutcase.
Mentioning no names. 10 years ago, there were 2,500 pubs closed in one 12-month period. And I think the rate has escalated since then. That's about 50 a week. Let them close. Open the restaurants. Here's a call in Streatham. Hello, Andy.
Oh, hello, Nick. Hello.
Andy.
Yes, Nick. Setting you straight, he said.
Yes, please.
Yes. My understanding is that the 70% effectiveness is effectiveness at stopping you becoming ill. But in the trials, everyone who'd had the vaccine, after 3 weeks, nobody became seriously ill or had to go to hospital. Or nobody became ill enough to have to go to hospital, and nobody died.
Right.
So the idea is that it's extremely effective at stopping people becoming seriously ill, but some people will get an illness.
Right. And you're an epidemiologist?
I'm an armchair epidemiologist.
Andy, everyone is an armchair epidemiologist.
But I have put in many hours of study in my armchair.
Right. So you've been reading Facebook?
No, I've been watching Independent Sage.
Independent Sage? Wow,
yes,
that sounds
Independent Owls.
Just as boring as I imagine it was.
It's every week. Yes, it's jolly good. Yes, you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I very much doubt it.
Yes.
I could turn the sound down and play some like Aphex Twin over it. How would that be?
Yeah, that would be some indication of a disaster that we're.
Well, you are undoubtedly an expert epidemiologist, Andy, but you are rubbish at using your phone. Does your phone come with instructions? Which end are you speaking in?
Well, they told me to. Can I try something? Hold on.
An ecstasy of fumbling.
Is that better? Is that better?
Well, yes, but unfortunately, this conversation is over now.
Oh, thank you.
If only you'd done whatever it is that you just done right at the beginning, then we'd have heard every single word. Oh, well, never mind. Better luck next time. 0344. How can you not know how to use a phone? He's an expert virologist, but got no idea which end to speak into a phone. I am stuck. Well, they don't come with instructions, do they? They don't come with a picture saying, speak in this end, you idiot. Although, having said that, maybe they do, because I know I've mentioned this before, but actual toilet roll came with instructions on the packet. What? Maybe it's because I've never read the packet of a I'm trying to think of another word for packet. Can't use the word packet twice in the same sentence. Maybe I've never read the wrapping. No, the words on the wrapping of a packet of toilet paper. There you go. God, that was hard. I need a lie down and a cigarette after that. I've never read the wording on the outside of the packet of toilet paper. But maybe I've been. You see, now maybe I would have spent my whole life using it the wrong way. I mean, how many ways are there to use toilet paper? that somebody would sit down and think, you know what, we really need to put instructions on the outside of this product, otherwise people will be misusing it. I couldn't believe it. Is it on all packets of toilet paper, or was it just the particular one that I picked up? Maybe the particular one that I picked up was especially designed for morons. We are surrounded by them. So next time you go to use toilet paper, make sure that you read the instructions and follow it to the letter, because you wouldn't want to make a mistake. 0345. Soap should also come with instructions. I mean, shampoo does. Why doesn't soap? Huh? Hello? Sam in Bushy says, good news on your bird identification quest. Oh, this is from last night. God, the amount of emails and tweets and such like and so forth that I got about this blooming bird. Sam in Bushy says, good news on your bird identification quest. There are only 10,000 species of birds. Lots have already been eliminated.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they've been eliminated by us, because we blasted them out of the sky and then eaten them. Poor little birds. You know, we chew through about 1 billion chickens a year. Yes, you heard that right. Not 1 million. 1 billion. 1 billion chickens, poor little chooks. But it wasn't a chicken. But it did have long legs. And okay, so I didn't read all of my emails. I'm a very bad person. I don't read my social media messages, and I don't read the people commenting on my tweets, and I barely ever read my emails. I'm thinking, if it's important, somebody will send me a letter, an actual real-life letter in the post. Pop it on a postcard. But just as I opened up my email account this evening, and I saw a couple of them, there was just nothing but suggestions about which bird it was. A pied wagtail, somebody said. Nope. Could it be a genetic mutant of a pied wagtail, somebody else said. Well, it's impossible for me to tell, isn't it? Was it a grey wagtail? No, it wasn't wagging its tail. It was a small round body, about the sort of size as a robin, but not quite so round, but not elongated.
Oh, I say, a
tiny little thing with ridiculously long legs. Grey, mostly grey, speckled with white around its chest area.
Disgusting.
Is it a mockingbird, someone said? Nope. Is it a dark-eyed junco? There is actually a bird called the dark-eyed junco, and it is not one of those, no. Is it a black redstart? Nope. A sanderling? Not a sanderling. This says, was it by any chance being chased by Wile E. Coyote? This says, the bird you saw, you're sure that it wasn't standing on a fragment of broken mirror left over from your recent house move? A bird in such a position may appear to have legs double their standard length. I have noticed a similar syndrome with ducks on our pond. They look like they have another body below the surface. Hope this helps, says Jilly. No, Jilly, it doesn't help. And this says, if you have seen a bird with long legs in your garden, this will be called a fantasy bird. Listeners with material. No, I've got no idea. Get Chris Packham on the phone straight away. We need an expert. Sam in Red Hill says, unelected head of state, unelected House of Lords, minority government, democracy, nonsense. I couldn't agree more. People banging on about how undemocratic the European Union is. They haven't learnt a blooming thing. In 6 years of bellyaching about this, not one iota of sense has penetrated their skulls. Still griping on about how unelected it is. Look here. Unelected head of state, unelected House of Lords, minority government, democracy, nonsense, says Sam in Red Hill. Completely correct in every respect. And Andy says, what's going on? Have I tuned into this? Oh, these are all from last night. What's going on? Have I tuned into the smoke alarm show? Yeah, there's this woman who just absolutely flat out will not change the battery in her smoke alarm. And it beeps. Well, you know what they're like. It's absolutely insufferable. it just puts my entire... I feel like I've been rubbed up the wrong way just thinking about it. And you never know when it's going to go off. And you're in anticipation. You can't wait till it happens. You don't know when it's going to happen, but you know that it will. Change that battery. Kat says, I have literally had a sleepless night hunting for your bird. Please invite Chris Packham onto your show to identify what the bird is, because it's driving me up the wall. Driving you up the wall? Imagine what it's like in my life. This is the most important thing that's happened to me this year. Apart from realising that all this time I've been using toilet paper correctly. I'm a good boy, I am. Keith tweets, I saw a poll this week that said that the Tories had gone up 4% in the ratings. Please explain what's going on. Yeah, I've got no idea. What do you think, Boris?
I can't comment on that.
What do you think, Gavin? Yeah, that must be the reason. Manchester. Hello, Louise.
Hello there, Nick. Hi.
Louise.
I'd like to say hey, the Scots. At Twickenham today, they beat the English in a brilliant tactical game. Absolutely fabulous. And Hogg, the captain, was the man of the match.
Right. This is rugby you're talking about, yes?
Yeah.
Please, tell me less.
Okay.
Rugby.
Boring.
How's that even a game?
Oh, it was absolutely magical. It's magical.
Please, it's the wrong shaped ball for a start. You can't kick it. You've got no idea how it's going to bounce. There's no skill involved at all. It's just a bunch of steroidal lunks running into each other. How is that a game?
I like it. I don't like boxing because that's too rough, but I like rugby.
Right.
Not that isn't rough, but I just don't like, people punching each other in the face.
Yeah.
But I don't mind rugby. I quite like rugby. But yeah, anyway, can we contact Alexander Fleming to grab the NHS from the Tories' grasp?
Well, they've said that they want to. I don't know whether the word eliminate is correct here, but they want to excise all private companies from the NHS. Is anybody believing that?
No.
Not at all.
Yeah,
Not at all.
I didn't think so. No.
When I heard it, I thought, "Oh my God! I have one of your screams. One of your. Oh, you know what I mean, don't you?
No, I have no idea what you mean. What do you mean?
That scream that you put on when everything goes
that's not put on. That's me. When I just can't take it anymore.
I don't blame you. You have to let it out, don't you?
Yeah. Don't keep it in. Let it out. Let it out.
And have you ever researched your surname, Abbott?
No. Why would I do that? That sounds like homework. Homework at the weekend? But miss?
Well, because I was thinking, were you ever an abbot in a previous life? Like a man of the cloth or something?
Very much doubt it. No, I wouldn't think so. But the spelling is correct.
It is, yeah. It is.
Yeah.
I just wondered. It's just something I came into my mind. So, that's all really I've got to say. Just wanted to come in and rub England's nose in Scotland winning and the Scottish captain being the man of the match.
You don't sound Scottish, Louise, or maybe you're Welsh, Irish.
No, I'm Scots, Welsh and French.
You're Scots, Welsh and French?
Well, my maiden name is Fortune.
Right.
Well, that's in Lothian, isn't it? East and West Fortune, yeah. East and West Fortune.
If I crossed your palm with some silver, could you tell mine?
I've had all that at school, I've had much worse than that at school, I can tell you, when I was young, yeah. But I'm not called that anymore, actually. I'm called a Scots, another
name. Yeah, don't tell me. It's another name, right. Okay, what part of Scotland do you come from? Or do you not come from in this, actually?
My name now comes from Dumfries.
Oh, right, okay. Well,
Calaverock Castle.
Dumfries, right. Well,
Dumfries,
I'm sorry to hear that. If only you'd come from Edinburgh, then we'd really have something to talk about.
I love Edinburgh. But it's a bit. You've got to have a lot of energy to walk up these deep. Near the castle and everything. You've got to have a lot of
energy. Buns of steel. Yeah. That's what you get walking up them hills, Louise. Don't you forget it. But don't do it in heels, because those cobblestones will ruin your ankles.
Yes, I agree. I saw a run rig actually at Edinburgh Castle. Run rig. A while ago now. They don't sort of perform anymore, but I've seen them a couple of times. So, yeah. Anyway, that's about it. That's all
right. Well, it sounds really like about it. It sounds like you've completely run out of gas. Thanks a lot, Louise. You've left it all on the pitch. Rugby. Oh. I don't know how anybody can. I just got no idea. But then people watch all sorts of silly, don't they? Not that I'm saying it's silly, but it's just not me. Just absolutely zero interest. I look at it in about 10 seconds, I'm asleep. Tim texts, regarding the rollout of the vaccine, the priority group that I'm in should be up for the jab fairly soon. Then I can enjoy my life again. Tim, don't wait until you get let out to enjoy your life again. Choose a small vestige of pleasure right now, because this might last a long time. You never know. I mean, last time we got let out, we had to get put back inside almost straight away. I wouldn't expect to emerge from this cocoon and be outside forever. It might be just a day. You just don't know. But I think so far we got off pretty lightly. I know I do mention this every now and again, but, really, the way it could have gone and the way it has gone, I think we've got off pretty lightly. Because this virus could have taken as many as SARS or MERS. I mean, I can't remember which is which, but one of them was 15% of the people that caught it died, and the other was 30%. This is about 1%. James says, please play more Aphex Twin. Absolutely. It's not a request show, and that's not Aphex Twin. Let's have a call in Belfast. Hello, Tony.
Hiya.
Tony.
Hiya, Nick. I heard you earlier talking about statistics, about why 8% in Europe die comparison to 11% in the UK.
Spain.
Oh, well, Spain. Well, the main reason for that is that the people in Spain have a higher grade of vitamin D. They have more vitamin D in their body than the people in the UK. Now, it's recommended that everybody takes 4,000 IU units of vitamin D as a supplement. I mean, it sounds a lot, but it's not. You get these shops where they're saying, 25 grams of IU. It's not nearly enough.
What does IU stand for?
Independent units or something,
Okay. 4,000? Well, that sounds like a bucket's worth. Do you really have to eat a whole bucket's worth?
It's a very small pill, believe it or not. It is a very small pill. And you wouldn't even notice it. It's actually half of the size of an aspirin. Not even the size of that. And you can get it in a tablet form or a capsule form.
And what do you do? Do you pop it, snort it? What?
No, you just take it down with food. Usually about a half an hour before you eat food in the morning. You only need one a day.
Right, so I've got to get up half an hour before I ordinarily get up to eat a bucket of vitamins?
One. Just the one. Or you could split it out. You can take 200 units 4 times a day,
That makes much more sense.
Or 1,000 units 5 times a day, whatever.
I take multivitamins. I have taken multivitamins at various...
No good.
What do you mean?
Most vitamins are useless. Another reason, you get vitamin D from the sun. And a lot of the elderly people in the UK don't get out to get a lot of sun.
Yeah.
So you build up your immunity. It's part of your immune system, vitamin D. So what it does, it actually helps to fight off viruses and flus and colds and things like that. So,
well, you say that they get a lot of sun, but actually, when you go to Spain, they're not the ones sitting out in the sun all the time. It's the Brits that are out in the sun. The Spanish people, they close the shutters of their homes so the sun doesn't get inside, and they walk around with umbrellas, and they're covered from head to toe in black, and they're not sunbathing at all.
Yeah, but what they do is they get it when it's not so hot. You know, they're out early in the mornings when you haven't got the sun high in the sky, and they're getting it all day, and they go for their wee rest at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then they come out, say, 3 or 4 o'clock, and they're out till 9, 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, the Spanish people, they are crazy. They're the way they organise their day, I just don't understand it at all. And whenever I go to Spain, I can't keep up. I want to be in bed at 11, 12 o'clock, at the latest. In Spain, they don't go to the restaurant until 12 o'clock.
That's
insane.
It's just a different way of life.
That's a ridiculous way of life. They work all day long. I don't know how Spain works as a country at all.
Have you ever looked at anything, Nick?
Huh?
The Spanish a lot longer. So what are you doing wrong that they're doing right, that they're living longer?
I don't think they're living longer. I think they just look older because they're spending the period in the sun, as you just described. They're like wrinkled old prunes by the time they reach their 20s. Right,
well, that's another way to look at it.
Yeah, isn't it just? All right, thanks a lot, Tony. Excellent advice. Unless it isn't, in which case disregard it. Yeah, Spanish people. How is Spain still a functioning economy? I don't get it. Because they go to work all day, just like we do. I mean, if you do a business with the Spanish persons, then you're calling them up at 11 o'clock in the morning, and they're there. I mean, the phone isn't just ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing because they're not at work, is it? Not that I'm aware of what they actually do for a living. What do Spanish people do for a living? The look of panic on his face. He's saying, yeah. What are you asking me for? Yeah, so they're doing business all day, whatever business it is that they do.
Disgusting.
And like business persons, all over the world. And then they get off at 5 o'clock. And what do they do between 5 and 12? Like, they can't sleep all that time. Because whenever I go to Spain, that's what I try to do. You go out in the sunshine, or in my case, not in the sunshine. You try to stick to the shade. Otherwise, with a skin as white as mine is, I'll burst into flames. So I just try to stay in the shade as much as possible. Even in the shade in Spain, I can get a tan through concrete. And so come 5 o'clock, you go back to the hotel, and then what are you going to do? Because you can't go to a restaurant, they're not open. I did try to go to a restaurant in Spain last time I was there, like 9:30, 10 o'clock. I was the only person there. The staff looked at me walking in as though I'd lost my mind. They hadn't put the cutlery out yet. But what do they do between 5 and 11 or 12? But at that point, they'll go out for a pre-dinner drink, and then they go to the restaurant at 12, and then they don't go clubbing till 3. 3 o'clock. They start clubbing at 3. And then, apparently, like a couple of hours later, they will leave the club, and they'll go home for about, 10 seconds sleep before they get up, shower, and freshly deliver themselves to work the next day. How do they do it? And they still live longer than we do. One in Glasgow said, your statistics prove irrefutably that the UK is an extremely unhealthy nation. No, it's not Ergo, it's Nick. Who are you calling Ergo? Wendy says soap. Who uses soap? What? Well, I do. What do you use? How can you not use soap? I mean, not bars of soap, obviously, because that's awful.
Disgusting.
Ugh, icky. But, I mean, while I don't use bars of soap, I do feel bad about the amount of plastic I get through because I use, bottles of squirt and then chuck them away. Although I did buy some squirt refill the other day, but then, of course, the refill comes also in a plastic bag and you throw that away, so you just can't win, can you? Let's have a call in Chester. Abdus.
Hi, Nick. How are you? You okay?
I'm great, mate.
Yeah, first of all, you've got a brilliant radio voice.
Thanks.
Really like listening to you.
Thanks.
The sound effects are good as well.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So, basically, I was listening to you earlier and I was agreeing to some of the stuff you were saying about the vaccine and the numbers and the R8. And these are all numbers shoved down our throats day in, day out from the government, from the top to the bottom. I'm more worried about surviving, feeding my family, putting food on the table. They never seem to talk about it. You know, the people on my level, working level at the bottom of the chain are struggling. You know, I've been working today since 2 o'clock. It's now nearly 11 o'clock and I've earned £30. I drive a taxi, you know, and it's my livelihood. And
God,
right now...
well, it's really... I mean, there's many businesses that are having a really hard time, but cab drivers is right at the top of those that are in difficulty because there's nowhere to go. Nobody's going anywhere.
Nobody talks about us, and the government not helping in self-employed enough. That's another topic, but at the end of the day, we need to open the restaurants, the pubs, the schools. You know, the supermarkets have hundreds of people every day. There's people walking around with no masks in there. You know, don't you think the virus is everywhere? It could come. You don't have to touch. You don't have to be the 2-meter rule. Load of rubbish. You know, none of this works, my friend. I don't believe it works. You know, but they keep forcing these things. You got to wear this. You got to do that. It's all dictatorship right now, and people that are dying, unfortunately, in my view, they are people with underlying health issues. They've got other problems, and they're masking it with this virus. So, you know, I think anyway, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people dying of this virus, and there is a virus out there. Please be careful, be clean, wash your hands, and safe distance and all. I agree with all this. However, you can't stop this virus. It's in the air. So there's only so much you can do. But they're ruining our livelihoods, our educations, our, you know, end of the day, how am I supposed to pay my mortgage? Food on the table at the minimum.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything that you just said. Yes, quite right. If the government is telling you that you basically can't earn a living doing what it is that you used to do, and they're actually shutting down a lot of people's jobs, then it is incumbent on the government to recompense them fully for the money that they've lost, not to put up adverts with a ballerina saying that I can't remember the exact wording, but it was something of the order of Lucy doesn't know it yet, but she's her future is in IT, or she's going to be a telephone operator at a bank or something like that. She's trained as a ballerina, for crying out loud. That's our future. We're all going to be robots.
Affirmative.
We're going to be drones.
Correct.
We're going to be delivering each other's dinner to each other. It's two uses of the word each other in the same sentence. Thanks a lot, Abdus. Here it is. Fatima's next job could be in cyber. She just doesn't know it yet. There she is, tying her ballet pumps. Does Fatima like the sound of that?
No.
Of course not. They whipped that away pretty sharpish, didn't they? They put it up and they thought, oh, we've really nailed it here. We're going to tell people that whatever it is that they have a skill in that used to be highly valued, that isn't valued anymore, not because of the virus, but because of our reaction to the virus. And the blowback that came from that, they whipped that down pretty sharpish and pretended they never put it up in the first place. Who? Us? Fatima? Never heard of her. Yes, I agree with you, Abdus. If the government's cack-handed approach to this virus has meant that people who used to have a viable proposition to make a living now don't, then it is surely incumbent on the government to rectify that wrong. But don't hold your breath. Pete says, it's time to drink whiskey on my own and listen to Nick Abbott. What has my life come to? Well, at least you got whiskey.
Booze.
There you are, you see. Things are picking up, ain't they? Lewis says, how many steps were there on the toilet paper instructions? I presume there were at least number 1 and number 2. A listener with the material.
Oh,
no. And Philip says, you want pubs to close and everyone directly and indirectly employed by that trade, then let's... What? Shall I read that again? You want pubs to close and everyone directly and indirectly employed by that trade, then let's put up the taxes on overpaid, out-of-touch radio presenters to pay for all the unemployment that will cause then. Oh, and Professor Doom should get his P45, not pub workers. No, my point about the pubs is that the British people were turning their backs on pubs, have been doing so for decades now. I mean, they're closing at the rate of about 50 a week. This is before the virus, and have been doing for since 2000 was was the earliest year that I looked at. But I bet if I looked at 10 years before that, it would have been the same. They're closing all over, and it's not because of the evil government. It's because the British people stopped going to pubs in any great number. Mostly, I suspect, because the prospect isn't that great. I mean, you're going to be standing at the bar with the very great danger that some bore in mustard corduroys will buttonhole you.
I'm a nutcase.
Mentioning no names. You know, people like that, it's an old man's thing, pubs. We're more, dare I say it, European. We're becoming more European now. We want a bit of food with our booze. We don't want to just stand there and just slug down pint after pint, which ends up actually being buckets of warm ale. We just don't want that anymore. That's not what young persons do. Not in pubs, anyway. I mean, I know that young person... The Daily Mail is always full of pictures of young persons hanging outside the bars in Newcastle. You know, there'll be snow on the ground. It'll be minus 10 degrees, and everybody there will be wearing a T-shirt and shorts. About 2 sizes too small. Clothes apparently do not come in their size. And then there'll be, the usual festival of vomiting. And they've always got photographers outside waiting to take it. They'll be all lying on the ground, having thrown up on themselves, but somehow mystifyingly still being able to keep the bottle of beer upright.
They call them dumps, big massive dumps all over.
Yes, if you have a snow dump in your area, then let me know. We're on a snow alert. You talk about boring, though. I mean, if you think rugby is boring, just try watching American football.
Boring!
Oh, it just could not be more dull. They have about 10 seconds of action, and then they stand around and talk about it for 5 minutes. 45 minutes of adverts they're going to have in a game that barely lasts that long. But they flesh it out till it's about it's about 4 hours, isn't it? 3 or 4 hours. Oh, so dull. All American sports are like that. Baseball. What else have they got? Basketball. Ice hockey. Oh, you can't even see the puck. It's like fighting on ice. Vince in Winchester says, I will not be able to contact you for a while as I am in hospital. I accidentally poisoned myself when preparing a large pot of stew and used what I thought were shallots. Unfortunately, it turns out that they were in fact daffodil bulbs. The doctor has informed me that I should be out by the spring. This says, Bojo will ease lockdown just before G7 and then lock us all up again when G7 is over. Yeah, we're going to have an actual, real-life presidential president.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Can you believe that? Somebody who knows words and knows words and everything. I can't be bothered to play that one. Who's less of a whiner.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Yeah, he can be more presidential than you, Donny, that's for sure.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Did I just play that one? He used to be president. Can you believe that?
I'm president. Can you believe it?
But there's nothing I can play for Biden, though. Not so far, anyway. I mean, there's just, he's a little bit dull. And thank goodness for that. What we want in politics is a little bit more dullness. Increased dullosity is what we require right now. Here is Marylebone. Hello, Dominic.
Hey there, how are you?
Hello there.
I was just calling. I know you've elevated your conversation since your toilet talk.
Yes.
But just to drag it back down there, I remember seeing a video of these teachers in China who were teaching children in their classroom how to use a toilet. And then they stuck 2 balloons on the back of their stall and was teaching them how to use it. And I just thought, how interesting. You don't really think about how to use toilet paper or how to use the toilet. But obviously, they've put it into their curriculum. And it was quite interesting to see balloon bottoms. And the kids all
They put 2 balloons on their stool?
Yeah, so that it kind of replicated a bum. But it looks like a baboon bottom. And they were just teaching the children, get 2 sheets and, back to front and all. It was just quite interesting to see because no one really thinks about how to use toilet paper. And I just thought you'd enjoy that if you were to see it, given your
yeah, probably not.
No, and also the toilet roller was black, which I thought was quite interesting as well, because obviously they were teaching the children not to look at it afterwards, and the toilet roll was black, and I thought that was a good idea as well. Because why do we use white toilet paper? Why do we use a blank canvas for such a horrible job? Do you know what I mean?
A blank canvas.
Well, you're like a little mosaic.
Right, a blank canvas. That's about the giddy limit. Now I've heard it all.
Another point.
And another thing. Oh, God.
I just wanted to ask, I know you don't like listeners of material, but what were you thinking of calling the bird when you find out? Because I thought you should call it the nick tit.
Yeah.
Because depending on your accent, it would sound like you stole it, and I thought it'd be quite funny. And I think, what were you thinking of calling it?
Well, not that's for sure. I'll call it what it's called. I'm not going to name it. It's not my bird. I didn't invent it. I haven't to produce it out of nothing. It's got nothing to do with me. I just saw it. I espied it. That's all. Thanks a lot, Dominic. You've shared enough. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, this... it's remarkable that I've seen it twice. I don't want to go on about it. And if you email me what you think it is, I probably won't read it. If I read it out on the air, then I've read it. If I don't read it out on the air, then I probably haven't read it, if you're messaging me. But it was small. It was a small-bodied, about the same size of body as a robin, but not quite so round. But they're not elongated like a blackbird. Small, like a green tit, something like that. Little beak, long tail, like a long-tailed tit, but not, because it was grey with like flecks of white on its breast. But the really identifying feature about it was that it had massively long legs, at least twice as long as an ordinary bird. It was a weird bird, and it was running around the ground. And both times I saw it on the pavement. And it didn't take flight. It was just running around. Once I saw it on its own, and then in Berkshire, and then I saw it again in Surrey, when there was 2 of them. Just by the road there, just like running about. Quite fast. Tiny little thing with ridiculously long legs. Like a freak. And nobody has any idea what it is. Get David Attenborough on the phone right now. He's not picking up. Keep trying. Alicante. Hello, Pamela.
Hi, Nick.
Pamela.
You were wondering what Spanish people did until they went out for dinner at night.
Yes.
I live in Alicante City, and everything closes at 2:00.
Yeah.
And they go for long lunches.
Mm-hmm.
Then a siesta, then they all go back to work at 5:00 until 8.
Really?
And then they go out for dinner after. Yeah.
No, but they don't. I mean, they don't go out for dinner till about 11, at least 11 o'clock, do they?
Well, 10 o'clock-ish, I'd say. But the restaurants are still busy after midnight.
Yeah,
yes.
very much so, yeah. And then they don't go to a club until 3.
Well, not the old people.
Well, no, but people who do go to clubs, they will go to clubs at about 3 o'clock. They'll go to a bar at sort of 1 or 2, and then they'll go clubbing at 3. And, I mean, you spend at least 2 hours in a club, don't you? I mean, if you're in a club, then hours sort of zip by like minutes. And so suddenly it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and then by the time you're home and in bed, it's 4, and then you've got to get up in about 2 hours to get yourself washed and go to work. How do they do it?
Well, at the moment, they're not doing anything, are they?
Well, that's true, yeah. But ordinarily...
But normally... Nothing gets busy until Friday night. Friday, Saturday, Sunday are the busy nights here. So perhaps they sleep during the week, you know?
Yeah, but it must be like it must be like jet lag every weekend, mustn't it? I mean, not even the ones that go to clubs. Just people who go out to a restaurant. You know, just ordinary aged Spanish people who go to a restaurant. They're finished at 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, that's not good for you, is it?
Well, they live long.
Well, they do,
really
do. They do, yeah. Or at least they look like they live longer. I think it's probably the sun has an effect on their skin, and by the time they're 30, they look like they're about 80.
No. If you look up, actually, Spain's on board to have the highest mortality rate in the world by 2030. So they must be. And I'll tell you what the secret is.
Well, hang on a minute. Wait, back up. Did you just say that the Spanish people have the highest mortality rate in the world?
No, sorry. They're going to be the longest living people.
Right. That's the opposite of that. Then.
I know.
Right.
You're getting me confused.
And so you think it's what?
Can I say one thing?
Well, what were you going to say before? You were going to say that you think it's something. What? What is it?
I hate to say it, but Spanish people don't whinge and whine like English people do. And
whinging and whining and moaning.
They really don't. If you make noise in your apartment, they don't complain, and vice versa. They're just not complainers. That's southern Spain, so maybe that's the secret. Be happy.
Right. Okay.
I love your show, Nick.
Well, thanks a lot, Pamela. What's the weather like in Alicante at the moment?
Well, we had a massive storm last night.
Yes.
No rain, no thunder and lightning, but tons of sand was dumped on us from the Sahara Desert.
Blimey.
So everything was yellow this morning. It was horrendous.
Big, massive dumps.
Dumps. They call them dumps.
Big, massive dumps.
I've got to go because you're giving me the giggles like you do every week.
What temperature is it there during the day?
It was 21.
Yes,
today.
well, thank you, but we don't wish to know that.
But last weekend it was 27.
Okay, like I said, shut up, Pamela.
but we had 4 weeks of really cold weather, so...
Good, I'm glad to hear it.
We had snow in Alicante. It was terrible, but back to normal now.
Okay.
I love your show.
Thanks, Pamela. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. I'm just looking at the weather here. One moment, please, while I check. Blimey. Look at that. This is the coldest winter I can recall. I mean, it's been cold for the longest period because, you know, often it will snow on one day and then by the next day or even by the end of that day, the snow will all be gone. But look at this. I mean, this is central London now, not even out in the sticks. Or I'll do the sticks. Tonight, the minimum is 0. Tomorrow, the high is 0. 0 is as warm as it's going to get tomorrow.
Oh, no.
And on Monday, it's even worse. And Tuesday is worse. Holy macaroni. This is in just outside London. Tuesday, the high is, are you ready? -3. -3 is as warm as it's going to get on Tuesday. God. That's awful. And it's like that for ages, for as far forward as my little phone can see. Like to the end of the month, it's still, the high is going to be 5. 5. I tell you what, this summer better be really good this year, otherwise there's going to be trouble. I'm going to have to shoot the weather. The life expectancy in Spain, by the way, 84, apparently. They get to 84 years old. It's the 5th highest in the world. I bet Japan is number 1. Is it? I bet Japan is number one, and then it probably goes South Korea and places around about there. I betcha. But Spain, that's that's unusual that it would be the so high up there. We're 27th, by the way. 27th. Hong Kong is number one. Well, I was pretty much right. That's about right. So what? So number 2 is Japan.
What's sorry?
Number 2, Japan.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, well done.
Well, you going to pat me on the head now?
Maybe. If you're lucky.
You speak to me like that. Well done. This says, Bojo will leave... Oh, no, I've read that. This says, the best news I've heard about the NHS, Boris has woken up. Too many private companies doing nothing but impoverishing the NHS. Also, too many so-called managers. Let's get the organisation organised and move forward. Amen. Like it's a prayer. Yeah, well, if you think that that's the actual plan, that the government is going to take private enterprise out of the NHS, that Boris Johnson's government, that is at the top of their priority list, then I have a genuine made-in-China Rolex watch I'd like to sell you. You know, John Major had something to say about this. Hang on a minute. John Major, who knows Boris Johnson quite well, you would think. He said the NHS would be as safe as a pet hamster in the presence of a hungry python if Boris Johnson, Michael Gove and Ian Duncan Smith rose to power following Brexit. So Sir John Major said this was in 2016. He said, Major produced a withering assessment of leading members of Vote Leave, calling their campaign deceitful, untrue, depressing, awful and verging on the squalid. The former Prime Minister insisted his intervention was not a personal slight against Johnson or Gove, but a more general criticism of the Leave's campaign shift to the right on immigration and claims that they would protect the NHS. He went on to claim that Gove had wanted to privatise the NHS, Johnson wished to charge people for health services, and Duncan Smith advocated moving to a social insurance system. He said the NHS is about as safe for them as a pet hamster would be with a hungry python. That sounds about right. Don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Let's have Tenerife. Nathan.
Hi, Nick.
Nathan.
Yeah, I just wanted to... I was listening to you before talking about the Spain thing, and we listened to the lady from Alicante.
Yes.
I'm in Tenerife at the moment. I was fortunate that I came out for a week in the start of December, and I guess fortunately got stranded over here. But the biggest thing is, and this is an indictment of Bojo's government and the governments that have preceded it, is the police presence on the streets and the enforcement of masks and just order.
Yeah.
I can't speak for mainland Spain, but the amount of fines I've seen over here, and just the difference in atmosphere between... I was walking around Salford and Manchester with a mask, and you've got people giving you funny looks because you're actually wearing the mask.
Yeah.
When you come over, it's the opposite. So,
do they have a curfew there? Because they do in France.
Yeah, it's 11 p.m. over here. Yeah,
11.
And the bar's really strict. I actually, where I'm staying at the moment, it's kind of like Salford precincts actually, but a bit flashier.
Right.
There's a few
Better
bars
weather.
underneath it.
Better weather. Yeah. When you said you got stranded over there, is that true? You went over there for a holiday and then you couldn't come back?
I kind of stranded myself, to be honest with you.
Right.
My old man passed away in October. We had a real tough year. There was that sort of break before the full national lockdown.
Okay.
I just took my chance to come for a week initially, and then I was speaking to my brother and my auntie, and that's the only family I have in England, to be honest with you. So I just decided to stay.
Yeah, right. You beached yourself in Tenerife like a whale.
Well, I look like a whale as well now, so...
So are you allowed to go on the beach, or is that out?
Yeah, it's so Tenerife's really cool at the moment. La Gomera is an island pretty close to Tenerife, and that was actually where the first coronavirus incident was detected in the whole of Spain. So this is considered Spain. Currently, they have no cases whatsoever. There's a good website if you want your producer to check up on what I'm saying. It is the Canarian Weekly. I think at the moment Tenerife has minimal cases, man. I understand it's a very small island. There's a population of under 1 million. But what I can't stress enough is the diligence of the law enforcement, and I mean they're respected as well. And just the presence on the streets. And now I know we've got this government harping on and saying we're going to get 20,000 police officers, but we cannot forget what was cut already. And I just think we're overlooking what this government has done in the long term, not in the short term. We can all focus on the vaccine if we want, but if we look at the PPE crisis at the start, if we look at police on the streets enforcing masks, just wear the mask, man. I know you was a big Swede advocate, but just for the sake of motivation for the rest of the country.
Yeah, well, I do. Why can't everybody else? Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not going to ask you what the weather is like in Tenerife, Nathan, because I'm depressed enough as it is. But I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, it's remarkable that people have forgotten all of that. They've forgotten absolutely everything that the Conservative Party have done over the last more than 10 years and are concentrating on what's happening right now with the vaccines and then adjusting their opinion accordingly. Keir Starmer's hopes of replacing Boris Johnson took another hit as a new poll suggests that only a fraction of the public believed that he would make a better Prime Minister. 16%, 1/6 of those polled for Mail Online believed that the Labour leader would have done a better job at leading Britain through the pandemic. They've done a better job than Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
But that's just them guessing. It has no real value, especially as we aren't anywhere near a general election. We are quite near a local election, but people don't normally turn out for such things in any great number, and less so this year, I betcha. And they're for local mayors and police, crime commissioners and stuff like that.
Boring!
Nobody cares. But on the other hand, how can anybody say that no one would have done a better job than Prime Minister Bozo, because literally every other leader in the world has done a better job than him? Meanwhile, in what psychologists call the latency effect, everyone's forgotten everything that this government has done up to now, and they're only recalling the vaccine rollout, which has been a success. Probably because the government didn't hive it off to their favourite donors and friends and just gave the job to the professionals and got out of the way. And the vaccine, they're throwing money around at vaccines. It's like it's like a gambler walks into a casino and puts £10 on every single number on the roulette table. And the ball spins around and it comes up at 5, and then he says, "There you are, you see? My scheme paid off." Amazing. How can you say that 16% of those polled think that the Labour leader would have done a better job? Which, fact fans, means that 84% think that he wouldn't. Actually, that's not entirely true, is it? 84% didn't necessarily think that he would have done a worse job, but they didn't think that he could have done a better job. But literally every leader in the world did a better job than Boris Johnson. We have the worst death rate combined with the worst economic hit. It's amazing, but they forget all of that. Just like when they say, well, we're going to, don't worry about policing and the crime rate. 10,000 new police persons are going to be installed by your Conservative government. And everybody thinks, oh, well, that's great. Ignoring the fact that 10,000 police persons were eliminated by your Conservative government over the past 10 years. In fact, it might be worse than that. But they don't remember the part where they took them away. They only remember the part where you give them back. As though we're getting a present.
James
you.
Same with nurses and hospital beds and doctors and all the rest of it. There's a separate poll that suggested that Boris Johnson's Tories were experiencing a vaccine bounce of popularity. I mean, seriously, people, have you driven lightly over the mountain of dead people and put them in your rearview mirror and are only concentrating on what the road is like ahead? Do you remember nothing?
No.
Apparently not. There was a survey for ITV's Robert Peston programme that put the Conservatives on 43%, up 4 from the same time 2 months ago. What? 2 months ago was before the lockdown started and way before we reached 100,000 death toll. And after both of those things happened, they're more popular than they were before. What is happening? Is this real life or am I hallucinating? Your call is important to me, Pete. You're in Cumbria.
I am, yes. Hello, Nick.
Yes, Pete.
I've got to apologise first. I was hoping that this bird thing would have been cleared up by tonight. When I tuned in, I thought, oh no, it's still going on. So I felt
still going on about it, yes.
Still going on about it, yeah. Well, as a sort of an amateur bird watcher for many years, I can only come to the conclusion that they could be immature pied wagtails.
Right, now, what is the defining factor of a pied wagtail? I bet just before you mention that, I bet my glamorous assistant wants to get a picture of that up on the screen straight away, if not sooner.
Right, okay, well...
What is the defining characteristic of a pied wagtail?
Do you mean of an immature one?
Yeah, all right then. Yeah, an immature one.
Yeah, well, they don't have the full plumage, which is black and white, hence the word pied.
Yeah.
And they don't get their full adult feathers till probably this spring.
And, okay, so the picture you show me is of it standing in water, but so I can't see how long its legs are. Pick another picture. Does it have really, really long legs?
Not really, really long legs,
right.
But they are fairly long when in comparison to other birds. And they do dash about on the ground. The reason for that, they're chasing flies.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, see, I'm looking at a picture of it, and I'd say that the bird that I saw has legs about twice as long as that.
How long would you say the legs are?
Very.
Come on.
I don't know, about that big. About like that.
Oh, I see.
How big is that?
It's
about, let me, I can do it in 1, 2, 3, about 4 inches, about twice as long as an ordinary bird's legs that have that body.
That sounds about right.
No, but it isn't. I'm looking at a picture of it. Like the plumage is about right.
Yeah.
Sort of more or less the same colour. And the tail is about right. But I'd say that its legs were longer than that. Like considerably longer.
Well,
is it a long-tailed pied wagtail? No, a long-legged pied wagtail. Maybe it's some sort of mutant
well, I was going to say
bird.
maybe it's a new invention.
Yeah, I've invented birds.
God has been working his wonders again.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that's what it will turn out. Some expert will come on and...
I thought you were an expert. Well, you mean I've been wasting my time?
I did say amateur.
Right. Well, you did. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Pete.
And thank you for a great programme.
All
I
right.
should be taking you to bed with me later.
Righto. I shall look forward to that. Cheers, Pete. 0345 6060 973. Well, you know what? It could be. I could be persuaded that it is, but I just don't think it is. Because look at its knees. It's a common sandpiper.
That's that one there. Is that what it was?
No, it's brown. The thing that I'm talking about was mostly sort of whitish, but in grey. Didn't have any brown on it.
Oh.
God, it's going to drive me mad. I wish I'd taken a picture of it. If I ever see it again, I will definitely take a picture. Maybe I was hallucinating.
Groovy.
You never know. Let's have East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick.
Mike.
Yeah, you've not mentioned your podcast much tonight, and before I get on to the sort of major point, since I was recommended to listen to you, I haven't missed a show, so the podcasts were largely irrelevant, but today it was absolutely hailing it down with rain, so I thought, I'll give it a go. So I had a look at Nick Habit.
Yes.
And it's a bit like The Sopranos. It's worth a second look, because although you've seen it before, it's still incredibly amusing when you hear it second time round.
Well, I go through old shows from a couple of years ago, before the virus had ever been invented, and because people don't want to hear that over and over and over again, do they? They don't want the best of the show since the virus has been around, because it's just all about the virus. You want escape a bit. You want a little bit of escapism. So that's what I've done, and I go through. It takes quite a while, actually. But you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
And so I take out a lot of ums and ahs, and take out phone calls that weren't particularly interesting, and just concentrate on the good stuff. And I squeeze it down to half an hour, and it comes out on a Monday. It's called the Nick Abbott Habit. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a very entertaining couple of hours this afternoon listening to some of the older ones.
Well, thanks for saying so.
Anyway, what I was going to say, you were asking about R, and what R meant and where they got it from and everything else.
Right, we're talking about the R rate, the reproductive rate of the invisible menace.
Absolutely, yeah. The R rate that is published, that they pump out, the government, is a total guess. And what it's based on is loads of small samples that are taken all over the country, which are very precise in what they say, but they don't actually mean anything, because say you look at Hull and you look at Leeds, and people move from Hull to Leeds to work on a daily basis, and then the Hull rate appears to go up a bit and the Leeds rate appears to go down a bit. You don't really know why, to be honest. You know precisely that Hull's gone up and Leeds has gone down.
But how do they figure out how reproductive it is? What are they measuring?
What they're actually doing is measuring the percentage of people who have it on one day, and then a week later how many people have it on that day. So if more people have got it, ours above 1. If less people have got it, ours below 1. But that only works in a gated community, if you like.
Yes, in a controlled environment. Yeah, it seems like they're just making it up. Because say you got, I don't know how many tests they would do. Say 20,000 tests. You might pick the wrong 20,000 people, or the test itself might not be that accurate. And I don't think the test itself is very accurate, is it?
No. I mean, the PCR test is not bad, and that's the one that they use for doing these ONS surveys. So the surveys in themselves are actually very precise. But when you average it, you're saying 20,000 people, but if you look at 20 tests scattered all over the UK, each one's very precise. But it doesn't mean anything if those communities are blending amongst each other.
Right.
So what you get is somebody looking at the overall thing and taking a guess, which is like last week they said R is between 0.7 and 1.1. This week they're saying it's between 0.7 and 1. But that is really a guess, and over the whole country it might be something like right, but I mean
it might be 10 in Hull and 0 in Leeds.
Absolutely, but I mean, if you can imagine your mate Steve Allen, what be mate? If you imagine your mate Steve Allen going to buy a Bentley, walked into the shop, and 1 week he said, "Well, it'll cost you between 70 and 110 grand." Mm-hmm. And he said, "Well, that's a bit strange." So he walks away, comes back next week, and they said, "Well, it'll be between 70 and 100 grand."
Yes.
And he'd say, "Well, what do you mean?" For the same car. And they'd say, it is basically a guess, Nick, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And they do it to try and, I think it's done to try and I don't know, inform the public that things are getting better. Or
Inform?
things are getting worse.
Are we being informed?
No.
Yeah. But are you an expert in any of this, or are you just making this up?
No, I'm a microbiologist.
Right. Okay. It sounds from the noise in the background there that your next appointment is due.
Yes, you want to go to bed.
Right. Okay. Well, I won't keep you a moment longer. Thanks a lot, Mike. Every now and again, this show is educational, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, I think that the test itself is not that accurate. I can't remember which is which, but it either gives a relatively high false positive or a relatively high false negative. I think it's, if you come out positive, then you're quite likely to have it. But if you come up negative, then you're still quite likely to have it. I think the false negative is quite positive.
Negative.
Positive.
Affirmative.
Something like that. Is that right?
Correct.
So, is that clear?
No.
Paul in Croydon. Hello, Joan. Jean?
Jean?
Can I call you Joan?
Well, call me what you like, yeah.
As long as I call you?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, then.
I called you Clive earlier, I'm sorry to say.
Well,
yeah, I know. So we both got our names wrong.
I'm not Clive, that's for sure.
No, I know.
No,
I know.
I'm not that professional.
Oh, stop it. You're brilliant. You know it. That's why you said it.
No, I'm not as professional as Clive Bull. That's just a fact. I mean, this show is chaotic. Like, the same cannot be said for Clive Bull. Right. Anyway, what's up, Jean?
Anyway, I feel sorry for Boris. He got slung in at the deep end.
Are you kidding? Slung in? He clambered his way to the top.
Yeah, well, okay.
His fingernails and his teeth.
Yeah, but he just got... And all of a sudden the corona was coming. Mm-hmm. His wife was having a baby. He got corona himself. I mean, you got to give him a break, really.
Oh, please.
Well, I feel sorry for him, and I'm going to vote for him next time.
Why?
Well, because he's trying. I was having a food bank sent to my house. I didn't ask for it. It was Boris, and I get lots of letters telling me I've got to stay and I'm high risk, and he makes me feel safe.
Boris Johnson sent you food?
Well, I got where I can't go out. I'm ill.
Yeah.
I've got a big box of food every week.
But what's that got to do with Boris Johnson?
Well, I thought he'd done all that.
No.
Oh, who did that then?
Well, who did that? Where does it come from?
I don't know.
Where's your local food bank?
I don't know where it came from. It just appeared at my door.
What, you got mystery food showing up at your place? You got no idea where it's from? Well, who delivers it?
Well, you don't see him because he's behind the door and I'm inside, and I don't open the door until he's gone, and that's how it goes.
Well, Jean, it's not Boris Johnson that's sending you that food, believe me.
Okay. Well, I still say my son went on to the... he got ill and he went on to the... whatever it is.
What is it?
You know, when you're not well, you get you go on to... what is it? When you get paid every month?
Oh, furlough.
No. He went on
I thought it was furlough. Isn't it furlough?
Anyway, he didn't get it for weeks.
Oh, you're talking about the dole?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the
unemployment benefit. He went on
the sick one when you're ill.
Right. So he went on the sick. Yeah.
No, he didn't go on the sick. He got anyway. Anyway.
Yeah.
He wrote to Boris because it took so long for him to get his money.
Mm.
He wrote to Boris, and within a week, he got all his money, all what they owed him and everything, within a week.
Coincidence. Boris Johnson had nothing to do with it. You don't seriously think that Boris Johnson reads letters that get sent to him? He must get sacks of mail.
Well, that's right, but whoever's doing it, he must say yes or no to it. That's me.
No, utter coincidence, Jean. The food's got nothing to do with him, and the payment has got nothing to do with him. Boris Johnson has other things to concentrate his mind on, like his complicated love life and trying to figure out how many children he's got.
Oh, you're funny.
I'm still
You're
going to
going to vote for him next time, because you know why? The sun come up in the morning, and it must have something to do with Boris Johnson. It gets light in the day and then dark at night. Thank you, Boris. It must be something to do with you, eh?
I can't comment on that.
All right, thanks a lot, Jean.
Right, bye.
Ta-da.
Thanks, good show.
Cheers, my dear. 0345. You know who's responsible for that? Boris Johnson.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Boris Johnson is personally responsible for the quality of this show. Sawant texts. Sawant. Nick, the secret of Spanish people is taking life nice and easy. Well, they're long lives. Taking life nice and easy. No clock watching and rat race. That and fresh produce and following a Mediterranean life and lots of extra virgin olive oil. We could learn a thing or two from them. Absolutely. Yeah, although there's not much of a rat race going on here at the moment. The entire country is ground to a halt. The hamster wheel is rusted still. Let's have Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Yes, okay, Nick.
Simon.
Well, if there was proof of why we're in the state we're in, that was 50% down to people like your last caller, and the rest of it is British nationalists. I mean, for goodness sake, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It's like it's not a joke. You know, these people are voting in. Oh my God, I just don't. Anyway,
what's extraordinary to me is that time and time again, people do vote for parties that are not in their best interests. They keep doing it.
Well, unfortunately, in the case of some people like your last caller, they don't have a clue what they're actually doing, and the whole system is wrong. Which is why we've left the EU. People making votes that they didn't know what they were doing, but they won't admit it.
Ever.
Right. This largely the reason I called in is because what I wanted to. Well, there's three points I want to make. First one is, have you, if you can bear it, have you thought about getting hold of your former colleague, Mr. Stadlin, about your bird problem?
No, I haven't. No.
Well, there you go. He's got a book out. I'm sure he'll tell you about it. Point two, it's quite clear that the problem with this country, as I've just said, is the people that live here. And so I need to put this out there just in case anyone's listening. And this is basically going to Prime Minister Starmer of the future. But
very unlikely, according to the latest polls. He's just not cutting through.
This is it. This is what they got. Now, I actually personally think that he's doing exactly what he needs to do at the moment. I don't think he needs to do anything at the moment. He's got 4 years. He's where he needs to be. And with the Brexit thing, especially, if that turns out to be a complete disaster, which it is, then people are going to be begging to go back into the EU.
Well, they won't. They won't, because the people who voted out, as you said, will never, ever, ever admit that they made a mistake. And that anything positive that happens, regardless of its genesis with Brexit, will be accorded to our leaving the European Union. It will be put at the feet of that. Any success from now on will be because of Brexit. Any failure will be because of COVID.
Well, I think when people start to suffer enough. But I'll be interested to see how that pans out. But what they need to do is they need to speak to each other, these parties, right? If they want to get this country, if they want to give this country a favour, right, they need to talk to each other, to get together, to form a coalition, to get the Tories out. Once they're gone, they can make the changes and do the things they need to do. But until these people are gone, then it's never going to end. Now, the other thing I wanted to say was the business with GameStop.
Oh, yeah.
In America, right? And how they've gone after the hedge fund people. Right. Now, I live in in serious fear. I'm really, really scared that there will be people in this country who have an ability that I don't have, i.e. they know about all that GameStop stuff, right? And I'm terrified that they will go after Jacob Rees-Moggs' hedge funds. And I really hope that they do not go after it. Yeah, because that just wouldn't be very nice.
Well,
so,
I understand your concern.
Yeah. So leave poor Jacob Rees-Moggs' hedge funds alone, please, people. Do not.
Exactly. Don't pick on Smug.
No, don't bring that one to his knees, because it just wouldn't be very nice and fair.
It would be not nice. It would be the opposite of nice. Yes, I think you're
Totally
completely
unfair.
correct in every respect. What do you think, Jake?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
All right, thanks a lot, Simon. 0345 6060 973. It was a couple of 3 points. What was the one in the middle? I've forgotten. The one at the beginning was people keep voting for parties that are not in their best interest. The one at the end was about smug. What was the one in the middle? I've forgotten. I really should pay more attention to this show. You never know, it might be good. Daniel says, it says a lot about American football that some people find the ads more interesting than the game. Well, yes. At least when the ads are on, American football isn't playing.
Boring!
It couldn't be more dull. It's the most ridiculous game. I mean, rugby is bad enough, but American football is just about the giddy limit. Susan texts, I'm getting my vaccine at 13:24 tomorrow. I can't wait. At 13:24. Right, what time's your dental appointment? Don't tell me. I think I know. I don't know why, but it makes me laugh every time. What time's your dental appointment? 2:30. This text says, I live in Spain and the restaurants don't start cooking dinner until about 8:30. They start serving at about 9. As for the Spanish, not complaining, nonsense. Says that. Yeah, the reason that my caller from some while ago thinks that the Spanish don't complain is that they're complaining in Spanish. See, anything sounds nice if you say it in Spanish. And French just sounds like they're whispering sweet nothings in your ear. Like that. Marion says, does that man in Tenerife know that now we've left the EU, he can only stay for 3 months? I don't know. I've got no idea. Well, he'll find out, I suppose, when he gets to the airport. Mark says, life expectancy in Glasgow is 53. I don't think I'd like to live as long as a Spanish person. It sounds boring, says Mark. Yeah, well, yeah, the thing about living a long time as a Spanish person is that you are actually living in Spain.
Boring!
So you may have a point there. I'd like to live in Spain, I think. I mean, the problem is it gets a bit too hot for me. I mean, I like heat. It's just the penetrating beams of the sun and me don't agree. Being as how I'm practically... I'm so white, I'm a sort of bluey white. You know, like I've been washed in Daz. This text says, I was born here but lived in the States in the 1980s for 10 years. But what I've noticed here in recent years is that nothing will ever, capital letters, change now in Britain because the public have become way too oversensitive and just frankly scared to speak out or do anything about anything anymore. 5 exclamation marks. What are you talking about? What I've noticed here in recent years is that nothing will ever change now in Britain because the public have become way too oversensitive and just frankly scared to speak out or do anything about anything anymore. Well, what are you talking about? What is it that we're too scared to speak out about? Because from my ears, there's no end of people speaking out constantly.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Just moaning and moaning and moaning. And they're moaning about other people moaning.
Stop whining!
So I have no idea what it is you're talking about, my anonymous texter. Gareth texts, if the general election was this year, the Tories would have something to worry about, but it's not. It's 4 years away and all of this will be forgotten. The Tories do not have anything to worry about. The latest poll suggested they'd win again. How? It's amazing. It really is. They've screwed up in almost every regard. The worst result, both in death numbers and an economic hit, than any other country on earth, practically. And the entire population have said, oh, well, never mind. And they'd still vote for them. The Conservatives are up 43%, are on 43%. That's up 4% on the same time 2 months ago. And since 2 months ago, we've had another lockdown and we passed 100,000 dead people. And their ratings went up. The public thought, oh, well, never mind. We love Boris. He's that funny bloke off the telly. Rustles his hair, talks posh. He's so cute, like a child's toy. Oh, my God, we're being run by a sock puppet. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
And of Sir Aura, the New Statesman's political editor Stephen Bush wrote, MPs complain that he has no politics and that Starmer's Labour has no clear identity beyond bland reassurance. It says backbenchers who feel that they would do a better job than the shadow cabinet complain that its members are mostly anonymous. Yeah. Can you name any of them? Can you name a single member of the shadow cabinet? Anybody? Time's up. Or can you remember a single thing that Keir Starmer has ever said on any subject? Anything. I mean, this is the most wide open goal of all time. The opposite side isn't even on the field. The Tories are still wearing their top hats and tails. They haven't even arrived at the ground yet. The ref's blown for the game to start, and Sir Aura swipes the air with his boot and misses the ball. Here's Hartford. Hello, Steve.
Greetings, Nick.
Steve.
3 points. First of all, I think the listeners ought to have a health check if they are going to listen to your marvellous, all three of your podcasts, especially with you and Carol McGiffin, because it is just so supremely humorous.
Oh, right, yeah.
And also, I spoke to you a couple of weeks ago about my fantastic service from the major broadband telephone provider, and they were so polite, and you said, well, they're working from home. Well, actually, they weren't. Well, some of them were, but others were in parts of Republic of Ireland. And I got my last bill last week,
yes,
and it was £4.39, so I have £4.39 to pay. And then they said, no, this is in your credit. So I have not had a bill since July.
You're kidding. You haven't had a bill since July, and they gave you money.
And they gave me £4.39. I'm waiting for some terrible shock, Nick. But how wonderful is that? And they are, these people I speak to, and it's a free phone number, I don't expect you to remember, but it is a free phone number.
So, wait a minute, wait. So you've been getting broadband stuck up your house for the best part, right? For the best part of a year.
Well, since July.
Right. Well, okay. July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. So it's like 7 months. That's getting on there. It's over half. And you haven't paid a penny.
No, because they keep apologising for having charged me too much to start with. I'm waiting for a huge bill soon.
Well, how much did they charge you to start with?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing to install it.
So they're saying that we charge you too much.
Yeah.
And it was zero.
And now it's come down to I'm in credit by £4.39.
How are you wangling that?
Oh, I don't know, because I'm using a free phone number, an 0800, which I think is fantastic. And I speak to people all over the country and in the Republic of Ireland. And I speak to them, I said, well, my mother comes from Dublin. So I said, do you know such and such? And we have a great chat for about half an hour. Nothing to do with my bill.
You're just calling your broadband company up for a chat. Who are these people? I want them in my life.
Yes, but also, Nick, another thing, my third point. my father, who passed away about 4 years ago, who was a birder, a little bit like your friend Mr. Stadlin.
Yeah.
He actually spotted something about 10 years ago, and he couldn't work it out, and it sounded exactly the same as you have spotted.
Right.
And I have, he came to the conclusion before I did, because I've just sort of tried to do some research, but not as much as he had. And what it might be is from North Africa, certain young birds get waylaid in their migration.
Yes.
And it could be a young red wattled lapwing. And I know that sounds a bit strange because lapwings come in different shapes and sizes, but the wattle lapwing has very long legs and a short body.
Well, I'm going to get a picture of that up immediately, if not sooner, as soon as my glamorous assistant gets his act together and finds it on the World Wide Web.
Well, I know you always do your homework.
I do not do my homework. No, I'm looking at it right there. That's way too exotic and colourful a thing.
Okay, well, thank you.
No, thank you.
Yes, superb show.
All right, thanks a lot, Steve.
Okay.
Cheers. Ta-ra. 0345 6060 973. Now that looks like a foreign bird, doesn't it? That's way too exotic for. Although, having said that, goldfinches are equally exotic, I'd say. I mean, they're very, very colourful, goldfinches. They're an absolute nightmare if they come around your bird feeder, because they just sit there all day long and just chew and chew and chew and chew, and they're disgusting feeders. They chew with their mouth open. You believe that?
Disgusting.
And they just, as opposed to other birds that come in, they swoop, they take one seed and then they fly away again, they eat it. Goldfinches, they just sit there and bully other birds out the way. And they'll descend in a pack. And they just take over. And they'll sit there for like 10 minutes, just chewing and chewing and chewing. And there's bits just like raining down on the ground. So you'll get, and then afterwards pigeons will come to collect the detritus, which is good because if they don't, then you'll get mice and rats. So goldfinches, they look pretty good, but they're an absolute nightmare because their table manners are dreadful. But no, it's not a red-watted lapwing. But its legs are about the same. Not yellow, but there's got white legs, ridiculously long legs. It does look like it's on stilts, this thing that I'm describing. A small grey body, long tail, white on its breast area, small beak, stupidly long legs, tiny little body, like a sort of a grey tit size with a long tail. Anyway, I've invented a bird. I'm going to take a break, then I'll come back again. Well, you know what? Labour has decided that is their route to success. I mean, honestly, if you haven't read this story, you won't believe it. Or actually, you will. You probably will believe it. You'll tut and roll your eyes. Oh dear, that's the whole problem. You have people like that voting for Boris and Brexit. They think it's all going so well, God help us. And they do. They keep calling me up and saying, isn't it going well? Isn't Brexit going well, they say. And I think, is it? It depends who you are. If you're one of the people that is supposedly dear to the hearts of Brexiters, like a Fisher person, for instance, then it's going very, very badly. They keep saying it over and over again, and the people that don't do fishing for a living, they just keep waving their cod in the air and saying, look how marvellous it is. This was from a Cornish newspaper, I think called Cornwall Live. I'm unfamiliar with their work, but I'm sure it's excellent in every regard. It says a fisherman has had to stop exporting to Europe because of high costs and red tape brought on by Brexit.
Oh, no.
Andy Trust, owner of Ocean Harvest in Looe in Cornwall, said in a normal year around 30% of his company's sales would be exports to France and Spain and Italy. But ever since the Brexit transition period ended, with the UK now operating on its own trade agreement decided in late December, Mr. Trust has not been able to sell a single fish at an EU country. He said the cost of red tape is just too expensive. You can't sell there as a smaller merchant. For the last 20 years, you'd put fish in a box, load it on a lorry, and off it goes. Now it's getting pulled up in Boulogne and turned away for the smallest thing. They're inspecting it with lorries delayed for 3, 4, even 10 hours, if the fish even make it at all. It's been a kick in the teeth, he said. You know, that must be all that red tape that was going to be put on a bonfire. Somebody fetch a match. According to Mr. Trust, a 200-kilogram shipment to the EU used to cost him around £70 in fees. Now it's closer to 220. He says it's not worth shipping it. So the fish stay and rot here, but they're British fish, and they're rotting all the healthier and happier because of it. Smug.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Ocean Harvest is a relatively small-scale wholesaler which aims to sell fresh fish within 1 day of it being caught. But it can't do that no more. He said the current trading agreement punishes small-scale exporters like him, while larger companies, which can send off tons of product a day, are still able to keep going. Who could have predicted that a deal wrought by the Conservative government would favour the rich? It's beyond surprising, isn't it?
No.
Mr. Trust said the only viable way for his company to start exporting to Europe again would be to hire a permanent fiscal representative in France to sort out the paperwork on the EU side. This would cost around €10,000 per year with a hefty start-up fee. He said Boris keeps talking about getting the quotas back in 5 years, but there won't be a fishing industry in 5 years at this rate. I thought that the Brexiters were supposed to be concerned about the fishing industry, that it was the big thing that they were going to protect. It's ironic, to say the least, that it is the first industry that looks like it's looking at its demise. Alongside 90% of the fishing industry across the UK, Mr. Trust voted for Brexit in 2016. But he said the Leave campaign duped them. Well, it's that's self-knowledge, that is. Just about the first time I've heard somebody who voted Brexit admitting that they'd been duped. He said when they were talking about increasing the quotas, making our own decisions, that sounded good. And they had a big red bus which said they'd fund the NHS. That sounded good. He said, I fell for it. I didn't realise, and I'm shooting myself in the bleeping foot, he said.
Disgusting.
That's Fisher person's language, that is. He said, given a chance, I wouldn't have voted for it. It's totally bleeped me up, and it's geared for people selling multiple tons of fish. It will cost jobs, he said. Mr. Trust's cousin, Ian Perks, in Brixham, recently said he was having similar problems with his own fishing business, explaining his regrets regarding voting for Brexit. He said the reality is we're now January 2020. No, not 2020. 2020, what year is it? He said it's now January the 20th, rather. We've yet to send a consignment to Europe from Brixham. It's just been an absolute nightmare, he said. 40 years I've been selling fish, and overnight it's been pretty much destroyed. I don't see a light at the end of the tunnel. Where are all those people that were so consumed about fish?
I'm a nutcase.
Where are they? Saying zero about it now. Curious. Paul Trebilcock, Chief Executive of the Cornish Fish Producers Association, said his worries back in December about the trade agreement's effects on the fishing industry have come true. He says there's been significant problems since the start of the year. Some of it was expected, additional paperwork because we're outside the EU, but the level and complexity of that additional paperwork has been huge. The Cornish Fish Producers Organisation represents the fishing industry in Cornwall and has been meeting with the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs to bring Cornish fishermen's concerns to the government's attention. And the chief executive, Mr. Treble Cock, said the Brexit deal was significantly less than anybody had been promised. So in terms of quota and access, it's a total letdown. He said the marginal gains from the stock we get will not offset the cost of export. The overall picture is a negative outcome for fishing in Cornwall. Not positive. Negative.
Negative.
So hurrah for Brexit and hurrah for British fishing. It's worked out just as expected because, after all, everybody knew what they were voting for. Don't forget that. It's hard to forget it because people keep saying it over and over and over again. And yet people keep saying it. Everything's going great. Look, it's a success. And the Conservative Party are getting even more popular than they were before. How? How? I think it's people doubling down. If we double down in our support of Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party and the Brexiters, then that will absolutely cement our position that we have not been duped. That must be it. Explain it to me any other way. We've got the worst death rate and the worst economic hit, and it's becoming utterly evident with every passing minute that people were duped into voting for something that was not in their best interests. And the people that did this to them are more popular now than they were before. It must be that people are digging their heels in and saying, nope, haven't been duped, knew what we were voting for. Boris Johnson's doing a fantastic job on everything, because to question him on anything would mean that there is a possibility that you have actually been lied to or deceived in some other way on another issue. So he's doing great on everything, because you don't want to admit that he could have done something wrong. I can't think of any other reason. How is it that they're more successful now than they were before? 100,000 more people dead. Worst economic hit of any similar-sized country in the world. How are they more popular? Explain it to me. Stu in Cumbria says the food parcels were paid for by central government to everyone who is clinically extremely vulnerable, delivered every week. They were a lifeline for me, he says, as I couldn't get a slot for online shopping. I know you have a downer on him, but they were arranged by the government. Yeah. Boris Johnson is what that nice lady said, who I was talking to. I very much doubt that Boris Johnson had anything to do with it. Aaron texts, bring back Barry Gardner. Who's that? Who's Barry Gardner?
He was the business secretary for Corbyn.
Oh, right.
I'll get a picture.
Has he got very, very long legs?
A little beak.
A little beak and a white breast. I don't need to see a picture of Barry Gardner. Whoever he is, but I'm sure he's excellent in every regard. Go on and show us a picture of Barry Gardner. I double dare you. Here it comes. Right. Well, like I said, I don't need to see a picture of Barry Gardner. But he does have that same kind of grey and white thing that this bird... Maybe the bird was Barry Gardner. Has Barry Gardner been seen on a pavement near you, scurrying about on very, very weirdly long legs? Call me now. Gareth says... oh no, I think I've read that. If the general election was this year, the Tories would have something to worry about. No, they wouldn't. They're winning already. How is it that they're winning? Mystifying. According to, I haven't done this bit yet. Labour's got a little scheme in order to overturn this current result, which is that they're losing. How are they losing? How have they managed to affect a losing position under these circumstances? Well, it may be because they are not displaying a certain thing enough. I'll come to that in a minute. God, the stuff you learn. John in Leeds suggests, is the bird I'm talking about a grey wagtail? Is that a picture of a grey wagtail?
Yeah, and that.
Well, that's not grey, that's yellow.
Grey and yellow.
It's not grey, it's yellow.
The top bit's grey.
Well, the bottom bit's yellow. That bird is disseminating misinfo. It's not grey at all. That bird is telling an untruth. Liar! Let's have a look at that other one. No, its legs aren't long enough. It has the weirdest, the strangest long legs. It looked all out of proportion, this bird. It's a tiny little body, longish tail, and stupidly long legs. Like about that long. I'd say about, how long's that? I don't do centimetres. I have to get have you got a measuring stick in there? Have you got a measuring stick?
No, I forgot.
Oh, God, useless. You become unprepared. Not a scout, then. It's about, I don't know, 5 inches or something like that. Tiny little body, and about on stilts. Ridiculous looking thing. Joe in Southfield says, Sir David King, the chair of SAGE, is a hyper-globalist who once proclaimed that the only habitual landmass on planet Earth would be in the Antarctic by the year 2030. Is he part of the climate emergency Great Reset who wants people locked down, poor and jobless in order to own nothing and be happy? Don't you believe it? Or in other words, what are you talking about? PSG tweets, really? Well, I've got a French football club tweeting at me now. All of them. PSG tweets, the woke virtue signalling lefties getting worried we will finally have a right-wing news channel who are patriotic. No, PSG, you don't mean patriotic, you mean agree with you. Which is the opposite of patriotism. I'll say it again. People like me want what's best for the country. People like you want what you have been persuaded is best for you. So pick out the most patriotic one from that short list. Clue, it's not you. Yeah, that's the thing about the right wing. They have so few media outlets. Like, they've only got the Mail and the Mail on Sunday and the Mail Online and the Daily Telegraph and the Telegraph on Sunday and the Telegraph Online and the Sun on Sunday and the Express and the Express on Sunday and the Express Online and the Times and, oh my God. As opposed to the left, who have the mighty Guardian. Let's have Edgware. Hello, David.
Hello there, Nick.
Hello there, David. Good, thanks.
Yes, so first of all, I just want to say how excited I am to be on your show. I'm a fairly new listener. I've only been listening for about 4 weeks now.
Oh, yes.
And I think you're brilliant. I mean, you are very, very entertaining.
Well, thanks, David.
Yeah, I hope that's okay. I just wanted to pay you a compliment. Always a good start.
Well, yes, it may go downhill rapidly from here. Let's find out.
Okay, so earlier on, you had a call, I think, just before midnight, to basically say that Brexiteers, nobody admits that they voted wrong. Well, guess what? I voted to leave the EU, and I was wrong. It's as simple as that. I thought, yeah, surely we can be good like we were before we were part of the EU. My late grandfather always said, oh, yeah, Brexit, it'll be great when we can get back out of that, unelected bureaucrats in the EU. But do you know what? When I look on it now and I see the chaos that it's caused, I've been thinking it probably since a year after I elected to leave or voted to leave. and I thought, crikey, what the hell have I done? So, that is how I feel. We should have had a people's vote, but since when do the powers be listen to us?
Well, they listen to you when you give them the answer that they required, is when they listen to you. When you don't, they don't.
No, that's right. That's right. I wanted to make another point, if that's all right with you.
Yes.
Obviously, when I started listening to your show, there was a lot of talk about Trump and his chaos in America.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed since Joe Biden took office, it's been very, very quiet in the media? You don't really hear about Joe or America in general. It's so quiet.
Well, the reason it's quiet is in much the same way as if you have a camera pointing at a road, nobody is very interested in it unless there's a crash. If there's a crash, then everybody wants to take a peek, right?
Yeah. But it's to me, it's just been so quiet, and it looks. I think I saw something on Twitter when Joe Biden got elected, and somebody put a hashtag hope. And that's all they said. And by the sounds of it, America are putting themselves right again, hopefully.
Yeah, we've excised a dope, and now we've got hope.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, David. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah. I mean, I must have said this a dozen times. In fact, I've got it on a piece of paper here, just so I can read it out. But the amount of times that I hear people saying, "Oh, well, the problem with the European Union is it's unelected." God, it doesn't really matter how many times you say it. It just bounces off them, like they have some sort of fact deflector shield. There's the European Parliament, directly elected by the EU citizens every 5 years on the basis of proportional representation, which is what we should have in this country, and then we wouldn't have a Conservative government. We'd have a government of like rainbow stripes, who would be representing more than 50% of the people, as opposed to a minority government which has complete control, which we've got now, which is not democratic. It's the opposite of that. So there's the members of the European Parliament directly elected by EU citizens, and then there's the European Council, one representative per member state that is elected by the people that we elect. Then there's the Council of the European Union, a government minister from each state, a government minister who has been elected by the people of each individual country. And then there's the European Commission, 28 commissioners for different areas of policy. So if they're talking about agriculture one day, then our agriculture expert will be go over there. And if they were talking about health, then our health expert will go over there and take a visit. And if they're talking about education, we'll send Gavin Williamson. And he'll tell them how great we are.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
I bet they're not missing us. I bet they're not missing one person in particular.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Yeah, mentioning no names. So there you are. You see, that sounds pretty democratic to me. And if it doesn't sound democratic to you, it's because you weren't listening to what I just said. As opposed to this country, where we have a minority party, again, because the left split their votes in between four parties, they lose. And yet, if you add the left's votes up, it's over 50%, as opposed to the right wing, which is 43%. And the 43% win and the 50% lose, as though their votes count for absolutely nothing. Now, compare and contrast both institutions. Which, so far, sounds more democratic? Well, I ain't finished yet, because then we got an upper house, which is the biggest political chamber in the world outside China. None of them were elected at all. And then we've got a head of state who oversees it all, whose power is real, not imaginary. And she gets the job because Well, you tell me, because God gave it to her. And people actually have the nerve to call in and berate me for saying the truth, that this is a less democratic country than the European Union is as a whole. And they throw up things like, oh, well, who voted for Ursula von der Leyen? Well, who voted for our civil service? Any of those get voted for? Because those are the people that do the heavy lifting in government. And now the Labour Party think that the route to success is to do a Boris, basically, and wrap themselves in the flag. This is what their focus group said. They've got to use the Union flag more. Oh, and dress smartly. Because that's why people voted for Boris Johnson. Because he dresses smartly. God. This is a focus group. It is another excellent reason not to pay any attention to focus groups. According to a leaked internal strategy presentation, Labour must make full use of the Union flag and veterans, as in people who have gone out to fight for wars, and they must dress smartly as part of what they call a radical rebranding to help Labour win back the trust of disillusioned voters. Well, you're not going to do it. Dressing smartly. They want to get back the what they call the foundation seats, the red wall, as it's become known, the constituencies that used to vote Labour but handed Boris Johnson a landslide in 2019 because he was going to get Brexit done and it was going to be a great success. How's that going, by the way?
Dreadful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going pretty badly for anybody that runs a business or wants to do a trade outside of these borders, or who is a fisher person in particular. The business that was apparently so desperately important to people who were selling us a line about how great it was going to be. Hook, line and sinker.
We are thick, we are stupid.
Yeah. Well, I guess so. There's something to that. This says, what are you talking about? You're supposed to be impartial. Says who? You're obviously a Labour man, and you really do need to look more deeply into Boris Johnson. Oh, God. I feel... Somebody get me a bucket. I feel ill.
Disgusting.
Look more deeply into him. I can't remember the last time I voted Labour, so you got that wrong. He says, or she, sexist, stop slagging him off. He's done the best he can. Oh, my God. You've got to be kidding me. He's done the best he can. It's not cleaning the house. It's running a country. The best he can. I'd like to see anyone else do a better job. Well, just look at any other country. Not easy, is it, under the circumstances? Oh, Struth. Is this actually from Boris Johnson? I have my suspicions. One thing that you said, which is correct, is Keir Starmer's a complete idiot. I did not say that. I mean, he's obviously not a complete idiot. As a leader of the opposition, he's a bit of a waste of space at the minute, because this is an open goal and he's not taking advantage. He should be giving the government a kicking on a regular basis. That is just ridiculous. He's doing the best he can. There's over 100,000 dead people. This is the best he can. Well, maybe we should step aside and let somebody else have a go. Is Ken Dodd available? Get him on the phone. He's not picking up, apparently. Let's see anyone else do a better job. Name any country that's had a worse set of results from this pandemic than we have. Name one. Niall texts, Starmer's whole shtick is not offending the print media. He critiques the government, but in the blandest way possible. 110,000 deaths, and he's acting like it's a bad budget, for bleep's sake. Yeah, that's about right. He's just too bland, as in...
Boring!
Yeah, these are not boring times. And he's acting as though he's negotiating a boundary dispute between two householders. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, it's like he's just trying not to offend anybody, not to stick his head above the parapet. It does seem like there's an open opportunity to score some points here, but he's not doing it. Not even to score some points. I mean, I'm not talking about politicking. I'm talking about there's serious stuff going on here. We're obviously going in we've been dragged in the opposite direction to that which is beneficial to us on so many issues, and he is just saying nothing about it. I mean, I restate my case. Can you think of a single thing that he's ever said? Cole Ross, Charlie.
Hello there, Nick.
Charlie.
Hi there. Yeah, you were talking about PR, proportional representation earlier.
Ah, yes.
Yes, well, we do have it in the UK. We have it in Scotland, actually. We've had it for about the last 17, 18 years, I think. And it does produce a minority government 80% of the time. But there was one time in 2011 when Alex Salmond won a majority with, I think it was 44% of the vote. And that looks like that's going to happen, but with like 52 or 53% of the vote in the next few months when we have our elections up here in May. But yeah, so we do actually have it. I think, to be honest as well, when it comes to the union itself, I think the only thing that can really save it or prolong its life would be to change to a proportional representation at Westminster, but that will never happen because the two big parties will never vote for that.
Well, they should do. If the Labour gets in, then they should vote for proportional representation because it will benefit them enormously, because this is why the Conservatives keep getting in over and over again. I mean, I think the Tories have been in twice as long as Labour Party since Maggie Thatcher was in, and the reason is because the left-wing vote keeps getting split between too many parties.
Yeah. Certainly.
And so we keep getting a minority government who can lead in practically what amounts to a dictatorship.
Well, that's it. And what you had in the last Scottish elections, I think Nicola Sturgeon won 46% of the vote with the SNP, but actually lost 2 seats due to the proportional representation. Whereas in the general election, the SNP had won, I think, again, 45%, 46% of the vote. In Scotland, that is. Whereas Boris Johnson only won 43%, was it? 44%?
Yeah, 43 point something,
he stands on a mandate with Brexit, but we don't stand on a mandate for a referendum.
Yeah, well, what's good for England is apparently forbidden in Scotland. Hey,
Exactly.
you know what our secret weapon is for the government to persuade the good people of Scotland to stay in the Union?
Yeah, no, I heard. Prince Edward. He's getting sent up to live in Edinburgh for the next few years.
Their secret weapon is Prince Edward.
They're not going to send Prince Andrew.
Well, no, probably not. No, he's going to be the Fresh Prince of Balmoral. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Charlie. Cheers, mate.
No problem.
Ta-da. Yeah, last year Downing Street officials alarmed at the Scottish National Party surging in the polls. We Sturgeon. Amid growing calls for a new independence referendum, they decided they wanted Prince Edward and his wife to relocate to Scotland in order to persuade the good people of Scotland to save the Union. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Prince Edward, which one's that? Is that the one that doesn't sweat and remembers the exact day he went to a Pizza Express years ago when he didn't even eat there? Or is that the one who married a horse? Or is that the one who looks like a horse? Or... I've got no idea. Top marks for remembering his wife's ludicrous title, by the way. Anybody at all? Oh, time's up. The Countess of Wessex. Sounds like something out of a Disney cartoon. They just make this stuff up. I bet you couldn't pick either of them out of a lineup. And Boris Johnson considered how the royal family could help bolster ties between all four nations of the UK. One idea was to make Edward and Sophie the public face of the royals in Scotland. He's really in touch with the people, isn't he?
No.
No. Not really, no. I mean, why do you even think that? You would only think that to either to suffer the royal family a cruel and unusual punishment, or the Scots people. The good people of Scotland. There can be no logic behind it. It must be like a joke. 3 Caledonian cheers for Prince and Princess What's-It. Hip hip? No love lost there.